Chapter 8:16. Fong Ping threw punch after punch. Very soon, the alloy house was no longer what it looked like before. The gatekeeper also smashed the door with a smile. His hands were covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with tears, but they were tears of laughter. No more guarding the door. Guarding the gate was a form of defense. From today onwards, Shanghai would switch from defense to offense. The two of them were smashing with all their might. Not far away, Demonic City Garrison General Su Mafu smiled bitterly and said, "These two are too straightforward. There are still many things inside that haven't been dismantled." The alloy house wasn't just a simple alloy house. There were also some lethal weapons inside. In the end, they were smashed together. Beside him, Tian Mu almost slapped him into the ground. He laughed and said, "Why do you still care about this at a time like this? By the way, how did you manage to achieve essence and blood fusion?" Just as Su Mafu was about to speak, Tian Mu said disdainfully, "Did you hear that? A year and a half ago, that fellow entered the catacombs as a rank 3. Now he was comparable to a rank 9. You were rank 6 then, and you're still rank 6 now." Su Mafu wanted to speak again, but Tian Mu cut him off. "Don't talk about us. I'm at least from the 8th to the 9th rank. The 9th rank is the limit of martial arts. This means that we have already set foot on the peak. It's normal for us to stop here." Su Mafu was speechless. "All right, you've said what you can say. What else can I say?" After a pause, he said, "I'm about to reach rank 7. Let's work harder. Rank 7s aren't enough now." Tian Mu looked down on him again. "I've just suffered a setback earlier. A rank 9 is no longer enough. No, a weak rank 9 is no longer enough. MCMAU's counterattack this time. I don't even dare to speak up." He could finally catch a fellow to look down on. While Tian Mu was looking down on him, Fong Ping had almost destroyed the house. It was almost in pieces. The gatekeeper uncle laughed heartily. As he laughed, he suddenly said, "I want to join MCMAU's counterattack this time too. I'm a martial artist, a soldier, a human fighting on the front lines, not a gatekeeper at the back. I wish to participate in this battle, and I hope that Principal Fong will allow it." Fong Ping looked at him for a while, smiled and nodded. "All right, thank you." The gatekeeper uncle laughed loudly and then loudly said, "This battle will be won. May the prosperity of mankind last forever." Victory! Even Zhang Tao was no exception, and everyone in the surroundings echoed this explosive shout in unison. Humans could not afford to lose. He couldn't lose. He was determined to conquer the Magic City catacombs. Sino Nation opened the 24 catacombs. In the beginning, they guarded the city with fear and trepidation. In the middle, they stabilized the line of defense, and now they counterattacked the catacombs. The more battles there were, the more powerhouses there were. The more battles there were, the more martial artists there were. Nurturing battle through battle. This was a martial artist, this was a human. The catacombs did not dare to launch an all-out attack. This was their biggest mistake. Zhang Tao thought to himself, "The powerhouses of the catacombs are greedy for life and afraid of death. Do they deserve to exterminate mankind?" 800 years ago, they had surrounded and killed Heavenly King Zhen. The human race had long been extinct. Now it was too late. The new generation was rising, and they were also rising. The new martial era was about to erupt at the pinnacle. Zhang Weiyu, Wu Quishan, Wu Chuan, Zhao Xingwu, Li Changsheng, Fong Ping, Kong Ling Yuan. A series of names appeared in Zhang Tao's mind. This name represented the order in which he thought he would reach the pinnacle. Zhang Weiyu was almost there. The second most likely was Wu Quishan. Although Wu Quishan was about the same level as Wu Chuan and was far inferior to Zhao Xingwu still needed some time. Before going to Mount Wang Wu's heavenly abode, Zhao Xingwu would not be able to reach the apex. It might still take a while. After that, it would be people like Li Changsheng and Fong Ping. As for the other rank 9s, they might not be as fast. 7 people. Including the 3 of us, the new martial era has started with 10 pinnacles in just a few decades. I'm afraid no one has thought of this. Zhang Tao wanted to laugh, but he did not. Chen and Shen, the 2 people who started the new martial era, probably did not think of it either. December 27th, Fang Ping and the gatekeeper demolished the alloy house, broke the underground hall, and exposed the vortex directly in front of everyone. That night, it was drizzling in Magic City. Zhang Tao, who was guarding Magic City, scolded a lot of people that night, especially Fang Ping. Mother ***, he had forgotten something. Demolishing the alloy house, the underground hall, the buildings. How the ***ck was he going to shelter from the rain? Although he was powerful and could burst the dark clouds above with a vitality outburst. It was not like this, okay? That kid only thought about having fun. Had he ever considered the rain? Fang Ping really did not consider it. That night, Fang Ping was busy. He was discussing with the powerhouses and making arrangements for tomorrow's big battle. Tomorrow was the day he had set for the attack. He did not have time to think about Zhang Tao, who was guarding the passageway. So what if it rained? Even a meteor shower could not hurt old Zhang. At night, Fang Ping was making arrangements until late at night, when he finally had some time to rest. In the office, Fang Ping had just sat down when Fang Yuan looked around furtively outside the door, then walked in with a grin. The siblings had not spoken for a while. In mid-November, Fang Ping had been busy with the counterattack ever since he came back. He had been busy until today, so he did not have time to care about Fang Yuan. In the past month, the siblings had bumped into each other a few times, but there was almost no time for them to talk. "Brother, you're not busy anymore, right?" Fang Yuan walked in with a grin. She did not sit down, but walked straight to Fang Ping's side. She pretended to flip through the documents on the table. Seeing Fang Ping looking at her, she smiled and said, "Brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Fang Ping glanced at her and smiled. "You didn't prepare for the competition." "What's there to prepare for?" Fang Yuan did not mind. She said with a grin, "I may have lost a few matches, but MCME won. That's the big picture. It doesn't matter if I lose." "How many matches did you lose?" Fang Ping said playfully, "You went on stage 5 times and got beaten up 5 times. I thought you'd be beaten to the point of questioning your life, but you can still laugh." "Fang Yuan, I admit that I've underestimated you. You're not big, but you have a big heart." This girl had fought 5 times and been beaten up 5 times. They were really brutal beatings. Her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. Fang Ping thought she was going to question her life. He did not expect her to still be able to laugh. How heartless was that? Fang Yuan did not mind. She said confidently, "Winning first doesn't mean I'll win. The path of martial arts is still long. Those who beat me up today, I'll beat them back one by one in a few days." "Brother, weren't you the same back then? You were beaten up again and again, but you still beat them back." "Me?" Fang Ping said with amusement. "You said I was beaten up? Did you remember wrongly? Ever since I became a martial artist, I've never lost a battle." "You don't say. Your brother, have never lost a battle since I started winning rank 1. Fang Yuan said suspiciously, "Really?" "But Sister Yunqi said you were beaten up a few times." Fang Ping reached out and pinched her cheek. He said with a smile, "That's not a battle. Your brother, I have been beaten up before. That depends on who it was. Those who have beaten me up are all old antiques. Back then, these fellows could easily crush me. That was a high-ranked martial artist against a low-ranked martial artist. You don't say, your brother, have never lost to someone of the same rank." Fang Ping admired himself when he talked about this. "I'm the real invincible among my peers. I've never lost." Right now, he and Old Manly were of the same rank. Old Manly might have more explosive power than him, but if they were to fight, it was hard to say who would win. Did Old Manly have the confidence to kill him in one move? Fang Ping suddenly calculated in his heart. Old Man Li's explosive power was still very strong, especially now. His vitality was close to 120,000 calories, myriad as one could double it. 240,000 calories? Old Man Li had improved too quickly recently. His strength control had also slipped a little. At most, it was 70%. More than 160,000 calories? Fang Ping estimated in his heart. 160,000 calories. That was an existence that could shatter space. Moreover, the space crack was not small. It was stronger than the average origin Dao. If I fight with Old Man Li, he might not be able to kill me in one move. However, given time to recover, 3 slashes would be enough to kill me. Fang Ping was confident that his defense was not weaker than the average origin Dao. However, Old Man Li could kill an origin Dao with 3 slashes. When he was in the capital city catacombs, his golden body was much weaker than it was now. 3 slashes was enough to kill a weak rank 9. Now he could really kill an origin Dao with 3 slashes. But I'm not an average martial artist. I can quickly recover to my peak. I can recover to my peak with just a thought. After 3 slashes, there's a short recovery period. Fang Ping smiled as he thought about it. If he fought one-on-one with Old Man Li and learned from each other, he would be beaten to the point where he would doubt his life. However, in a battle of life and death, Old Man Li would doubt his life. I, Fang Ping, started by torturing people to death. Old Man Li had probably never seen how he tormented people to death. One day when he was free, he would fight him and drag him to the point where he doubted his life. Otherwise, the old man would become arrogant recently and keep saying that he was the number 1 rank 8 and Fang Ping was not as good as him. Not thinking about this anymore, Fang Ping looked at his sister and chuckled. Tell me, why are you looking for me? It's the middle of the night. The competition just ended in the morning. What are you doing here instead of cultivating and recovering? Brother, we're going into the catacombs tomorrow, right? Huh. Fang Ping did not hide it. The commotion this time was not small. More than 10,000 martial artists had gathered. Fang Ping responded. He looked at Fang Yuan and did not speak. Fang Yuan struggled for a while. Then, the smile on her face disappeared. She said gloomily, I'm only rank 3. This time, all the middle ranks are going into the catacombs. I can't go, so I won't hold you back. I'm just here to see you. Be careful. Don't always rush to the front. Also, go home when you're free. Mom and Dad miss you so much. It's been so long, but you haven't gone back. The last time you went back was during the summer holidays. Mom said that when I didn't come to Magic City and wasn't by my side, I could still see you. Now, I can't even see you anymore. Go home. Fang Ping mumbled. After a long time, he sighed softly. Let's end it this time. It's just that I haven't been back for a while. Take care of Mom and Dad. 10 years are almost over. After the new year, you'll be 17 years old. You'll be a big girl. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Fang Yuan thought he was talking about the time he entered MCMAU. Little did she know that Fang Ping was talking about the time he had been reborn. At this moment, Fang Ping was a little dazed. Was his past life a dream? Or did it really exist? Today he was so busy with battles that he had almost forgotten about his past life. That peaceful world. That world that even martial artists could only see on television. Did it really exist? Or was it just a dream of grandeur? A materialized world created by a powerhouse? Did a powerhouse create such a materialized world because he desired peace? Actually, I wasn't reborn at all. I just accidentally entered a world created by a powerhouse. A peaceful world. A world where I don't have to worry about the catacombs. Fang Ping was a little dazed. Fang Yuan saw that he was distracted as he spoke and felt helpless. She slapped away her brother's big hand that was still pinching her and said again, Brother, anyway, I just want you to be careful and pay attention to your safety. Also, if you really can't beat them, then run. Didn't you teach me to run if I can't beat them? Don't forget that last time, the vice-chancellor and the others couldn't beat the catacombs martial artists, so they didn't run and lost. Fong Ping frowned. Don't talk nonsense. There were other reasons last time. You don't understand. Fang Yuan did not know the situation. It was not that they did not run last time. They could not run. Fang Yuan nodded and said gloomily, I know, but I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't be so stubborn about your pride. This time, I heard that you were the one who insisted on fighting this war. Everyone said that you won't lose and that you'll definitely win. Anyway, they said whatever they said. But I don't think that's good. Just like those people from Yuan Ping Club. They say that I'm very powerful, very strong, and then I feel like I can't embarrass myself. I have to fight even if I can't beat them. I'm afraid that you'll be like me. That'll be troublesome. Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, I know. Am I that kind of person? Do you think your brother is really stupid? If I was, I would have died in the catacombs a long time ago. Would I have lived until now? And become a powerhouse comparable to a rank 9? Don't put yourself in my shoes. You're really stupid. All right, go back. Remember to win the competition. I'm warning you, if MCMAU really loses first place, the first thing I'll do when I come back is you. When that time comes, I'll send you to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Nanjiang Martial Arts University is so poor that hundreds of people fight tooth and nail for a vitality pill. Fang Yuan muttered, You lied to me again. Brother Wang has obtained a lot of resources for Nanjiang Martial Arts University, okay? I don't believe you. Then you be careful. Also, tell Sister Yunxi to be careful too. Got it? Stop nagging. I don't know where you learned to nag from, girl. Don't nurse me. Let me tell you, this is the biggest taboo. Fong Ping reminded her. I don't want anyone to nurse me. I'll die. Back in the Nanjiang catacombs, that jinx, Zhang Dingnan, insisted on grabbing a handful of soil before he left. He did not die, but more than half of the powerhouses who went in died. Those rank 6 elders were almost all dead. Fong Ping was now wary of this. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded. She did not say anything else. She was just a little worried, so she came to see Fong Ping. Big Brother had never lost before. He would not lose this time either. Fong Ping was still a little worried after Fang Yuan left. It's not a good thing. That girl Fang Yuan. She never came to warn me when I went to the catacombs before. This time, she suddenly came. It's a bad omen. Fong Ping felt that something was wrong. There were some things that she really had a premonition about. Could it be that this girl thought that she was really in danger this time? Brother and sister were connected. Maybe she really felt that way. Is there a problem somewhere? Fong Ping calculated for a while. After some thought, he suddenly picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was picked up quickly. Fong Ping asked immediately, Are you at Shishan? I'm here. What's up? Is there anyone in Stellar Sky City who brought a peerless clone? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chao said with a vigilant look, Why are you asking this? Cut the crap. Just answer me when I ask, or I'll teach you a lesson later. Don't think I don't know who wrote the letter to Vice-Chancellor Nan. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Jiang Chao was speechless and depressed. You know about this too? My hands are dirty. Jiang Chao did not dare to argue. He laughed dryly and said, Well, those who brought a peerless clone. Let me think. Su Zissou should have brought one. She's the only precious granddaughter in his family. They might not have a male heir. She might have one. I mean, maybe. Elder ancestor Su's strength is not weak. Li Yiming probably has one. After all, he was Commander Li's grandson. The Li family valued him very much. Even if Commander Li did not give one, Elder ancestor Li might have. It's hard to say about Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi is not the eldest, but he has improved quite fast recently. I'm not too sure. You know that people usually don't talk about this kind of thing. It's a life-saving trump card. If there is one, it's probably these few. The others are almost there. What about you? Me. Jiang Chao laughed dryly. I gave mine to you last time. It's not like you don't know. Cut the crap. You must have more. I don't. Jiang Chao denied it hurriedly. I really don't. This isn't cabbage. Do you think Paragon has nothing better to do every day and cuts his mentality for fun? My elder ancestor only did it once. If he did it again, wouldn't he be seriously injured? He just killed Mysterious, Jade, True Monarch. His injuries haven't even healed yet. Stop denying it. Right, does your big brother have one? He doesn't, right? Jiang Chao said uncertainly, I don't think so. The elder ancestor said he's very reckless. With this, he would dare to kill a rank 9 directly. Using the elder ancestor's avatar to kill a rank 9. Isn't it a trap for the elder ancestor? That's why he probably didn't give it to him. This thing can't be used indiscriminately. It's not worth it to kill a rank 9. Senior Warlord is really biased. He gave you 2, but didn't give one to your big brother. Is Jiang Hao really a descendant of the Jiang family? Was he carried here? Jiang Chao was speechless. What did he mean by that? Was the pervert carried here? He was not too sure. The pervert was too handsome. He did not look like a Jiang family member. As for his grandfather being handsome, that was because when he was a rank 8 golden body, he deliberately became handsome. That was really possible. Forget it. Why was he thinking about this? Jiang Chao was about to deny it when Fang Ping said, Don't stay in Shishan catacombs. Get Li Yiming here too. The rest of you, guard outside the passageway. I might need your help at critical moments. Fatty, I owe you guys a big favor this time. Use the avatars at critical moments. This time, I want to kill all these catacombs, rank 9s. Also, I have a bad feeling about this. Old Zhang said before that the catacombs divine generals are all staying in the restricted zone and did not come in. But I'm a little uncertain now. If there are 3 to 5 more rank 9s, the trouble isn't too big. But if there are 7 to 8 more, then it'll be a huge problem. If you don't want to see me die and your investment go down the drain, bring these guys along this time. We'll attack together at critical moments. Jiang Chao shook his head. This, Fang Ping, I'm afraid this is a little troublesome. I'm fine with it, but the others... To be honest, even if a few rank 9s die in battle, in some people's eyes, it might not be as serious as wasting avatars. Once they're used, the absolute combat strength will decline a little. Fang Ping was a little emotional. Watching old Zhang cutting them like it was a game, he had almost forgotten that this thing was really important. However, Fang Ping still said, Try your best to fool them. Don't worry, I might not need your help. If it's not a life-threatening situation, I won't let you use it. But if there is, then I'll need you to save my life. I'll try then. Jiang Chao was very helpless. This matter was a little troublesome. Fool, I'm not good at it. Fang Ping this guy. He was always looking for trouble for himself. Also, how did this guy know that he had avatars? Of course. Fang Ping knew that there was an 80 to 90% chance of this fatty. Also, Warlord was unusually good to this little fatty. Fang Ping seriously suspected that this little fatty was actually Warlord's illegitimate son, just fostered to a descendant. Maybe you're the one who was adopted and you're Warlord's son. Fang Ping criticized in his heart. Looking at Warlord's godly appearance, perhaps he felt that it was inauspicious to raise all his sons after they died, so he let a descendant raise them in name only. Warlord might do something like this. That's more or less it, but it's best not to use it. Fang Ping exhaled. If he used it, it would be a favor. He did not want to owe so many paragons favors. He almost could not pay them back. In the blink of an eye, December 28th arrived. On this day, Magic City Military Camp was overcrowded. Fang Ping did not do anything else to motivate them. He had said everything that needed to be said. These people would not enter in the first batch. They would only enter when Fang Ping and the rest had killed off the rank 9s. At this moment, the flattened underground passageway had turned into a large square. All the martial artists had arrived. Zhang Tao glanced at the crowd and reminded them at last. Once you enter, I'll leave immediately. I'll go to Xishan first, then Mount Imperial Sea. Let me remind you, this time it's very dangerous. Even if you lose, you'll have to hold on until I come back. You can only retreat when I tell you to. When Fang Ping heard that he was going to Xishan to take a detour, he said hurriedly, Minister, that's too far. The war might end before you arrive. Zhang Tao said thoughtfully, That's true, I almost forgot. Then I'll leave first. You can enter when I arrive. Fang Ping was speechless. Forget about taking a detour to Xishan. You can just enter directly. You can still help us guard a little in the early stages. At the crucial moment, you can enter directly. Don't kill anyone this time. Go straight to Mount Imperial Sea and cause trouble for True King. I don't think True King will have time to care where you enter. Why don't we let Senior Warlord start the battle first and chase True King away? Then you can sneak in. It's hundreds of thousands of li to go back and forth. It was really a long distance to go from Xishan to the Magic City catacombs through the catacombs. Zhang Tao gave him a deep look. This kid did not care about the rules. I've been thinking about the rules too. Are you asking me to break the rules? But it's not a big deal, right? If a war breaks out, I'll go to the Magic City catacombs in a hurry. This time I won't kill anyone. That shouldn't be a problem, right? That's fine too. Zhang Tao nodded. This was good too. He could choose the best time to enter. Without saying anything else, Zhang Tao looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, Also, Warlord and I may be in the Magic City catacombs, but if you guys fight, we definitely can't interfere. Once we do, there will be no rules to speak of. Then a war will really break out. What I mean by this is to tell you that even if someone dies in battle, even if the situation is critical, we won't care. I hope everyone remembers this. Don't think that we have to interfere just because someone dies. That's impossible. Everyone was already used to it. They did not say anything. Fang Ping knew this too. He did not continue the conversation. It was not like he was really unreasonable. At this moment, everyone quietened down. They waited at the edge of the vortex. At the periphery, those rank 7 and 8 martial artists, including MCMAU and the Yuan Army, were waiting at the outermost periphery. At this moment, it was extremely quiet. Zhang Tao kept staring at the vortex, as if he was looking for something. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Tao's expression changed. He bellowed, Enter now. The rank 9 in the passageway is changing shifts. In the passageway, there were always catacombs rank 9 waiting at the end. As soon as humans entered, they would be discovered immediately. This way, when they went out and informed the others, they could give the humans a thunderous blow. However, these rank 9s were not willing to stay here forever. There would be a shift period, and Fang Ping and the rest were waiting for this moment. Enter. This time, Fang Ping was the leader. Wu Quishan, Wu Chuan, and the rest listened to him. In the next moment, all the rank 9 martial artists, including the 2 rank 8s, Fang Ping and Li Changsheng, stepped into the vortex quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. P.S. I was sitting in front of the computer and typing very seriously. In the end, my brain was in a murky state and it dragged until now. I'm sorry, brothers. Tomorrow, Old Eagle must rise up. Chapter 817. Magic City Catacombs. In the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, the 2 true monarchs had built a huge stone platform around Imperial Sea Mountain. At this moment, the 2 true monarchs were standing on the platform, their positions no lower than Imperial Sea Mountain. At the peak of Mount Royal Sea, the War King's face was gloomy. Although they were separated by almost 10,000 meters, it was still very close to experts like them. Bamboo King, are you too against me? The War King no longer had his usual smiling face. At this moment, his expression was gloomy as he stared at the 2 true monarchs. Not only the 2 experts of the real King realm, but there were also many level 9 experts standing behind the two real kings, waiting for orders at any time on the high platform in the shape of stairs. As soon as the Battle King finished speaking, the Green Wolf King said coldly, "This king wants to know how you will conquer the 7 southern regions this time." The Green Wolf King said in a low voice, "All divine generals, enter the 7 southern regions." "How dare you?" The warlord cursed in his heart, but his tone was icy as well. He said, coldly, "There's no war in the 7 southern regions. Are you trying to start a war with so many rank 9s? So what if we fight?" The Bamboo King smiled disdainfully. "War King, although you killed the mysterious Jade Monarch, it was only a coincidence. Do you really think you can defeat the 2 of us together?" Then the Bamboo King shouted, "Go to the 7 southern regions. Kill all the resurrected ones." How could they not notice such an obvious counterattack? This time, although the 100 Kings Conference was just around the corner, the 2 true kings still decided to kill the revived martial artists to establish their authority. This time, both of them had contacted many true kings. When they talked about MCMAU, many true kings had sent people over to help. Originally, there were only 3 divine generals under the Maple King's command. This time he also sent one. The 2 true kings, King Huai and King Pine, were about the same number of direct divine generals. This time, knowing that it was related to MCMAU, they each sent a divine general. In addition, King Zi Luo, King Tiger, King 100 Mountain, King Hua, and many other true monarchs had also sent their god generals to assist the 7 southern regions. In addition, the Bamboo King and the Green Wolf King had each dispatched a divine general to this place. Their numbers had reached a whopping 10. The War King cursed again in his heart. There weren't so many people before. Furthermore, these people had been waiting outside the Imperial Sea Mountain ever since they arrived. But now they were about to enter the 7 southern regions. The Battle King was a little puzzled. Could it be that these fellows knew that Demonic City was going to counterattack today? Otherwise, when so many god generals had entered, MCMAU would not have made a move at this time. The peerless powerhouses were at Mount Royal Sea, so they knew this information like the back of their hands. If they knew that they were going to enter now, MCMAU would not have chosen to attack today. Did the news leak? The War King was a little suspicious. However, this matter was indeed difficult to hide. How could it be so easy to hide the fact that more than 10,000 cultivators were mobilized? As long as someone had contact with the catacombs, it was not just Sino Nation. There were 108 catacombs all over the world. Even if no one in Sino Nation had contact with the restricted area, it did not mean that no one in other regions had. This is a little troublesome. I can only try my best to delay them. This place is 2,000 li away from Hope City. Right now, Fan Ping and the others have yet to enter. Once they enter earlier, they might just happen to be in time for the battle. 28 rank 9s plus 10 Demon King powerhouses from the 2 forbidden lands of the Demon Clan that were uncertain. The number of level 9 experts gathered in the 7 southern regions had far exceeded their expectations. Just as these people were about to enter, the Battle King's aura suddenly erupted. Spatial cracks appeared on the summit of Mount Imperial Sea. The Bamboo King said coldly, "War King, are you sure you want to start a war?" "So what if I am?" The War King's words were harsh, but in his heart he was cursing again. Then he frowned and said, "What do you mean? Do you want to invade Earth now and force us to fight a bloody battle?" "Humph!" The Bamboo King sneered. He still wanted to play dumb. "Do you really think we're idiots?" The Bamboo King could not be bothered with him. He shouted again, "Enter the 7 southern regions, quickly!" This time, the god general powerhouses did not hesitate. They quickly leaped down from the high platform and walked toward the Mount Royal Sea passageway. Seeing this, the War King gritted his teeth for a while. Then he quickly sent a voice transmission to the rank 9 martial artist guarding the passageway. "Leave this place! Don't stay here anymore. Go to Hope City immediately. Tell Fang Ping and the others that there's an unforeseen event. Today is not the day to fight. On the other side of the canyon, Old Man Zheng's expression changed. Something unexpected had happened. There was no time to think. Old Man Zheng quickly used Flight Step and headed straight for Hope City. As soon as he left, the 10 god general powerhouses stepped into the passageway one after another. As soon as they entered, the Green Wolf King's mentality suddenly fluctuated. He sent a voice transmission to the 7 southern regions and shouted, "The 4 kings have ordered us to kill the martial artists who came back to life. 100 beasts forest, 10,000 ants desert, 10 great demon kings. Go to the passageway to fight." The War King did not wait for his mentality to reach the other side. He quickly shattered his mentality. The Green Wolf King's expression changed. He shouted, "War King, how dare you intervene in the battle of those who are not true kings?" The War Monarch was about to die from frustration. Didn't Zhang Tao and Fang Ping say that they would not go all out from the beginning? It was not just going all out. Now, it was the 4 kings who gave the order. Even the 2 demon Forbidden Grounds were ordered to participate in the battle. What was going on? The War King was anxious. Shattering the other party's mentality was not a long-term solution. The Green Wolf King and the Bamboo King were already blowing their whistles to call for help. The War King thought of this and said indifferently, "Are you sure the 10,000 Demon Royal Court wants to participate? If this is really the 10,000 Demon Royal Court's order, then don't blame us for slaughtering the demons." The only thing the War King could do now was to stall for time. But soon, the War King thought of the demons in the bounded domain that Fang Ping mentioned. He sighed in his heart. "This time, it looks like I'm going to kill that Jiao again. But now that things have come to this, I can't care about them anymore. I have to inform them to leave the bounded domain." He and Fang Ping had agreed on a time. When it was time, he would inform the Jiao and the others to come out. But the situation had changed. If the Jiao really came out, it might be a little troublesome this time. The War King didn't care about the demons. When the 10 divine generals entered the 7 southern regions, he shattered the Green Wolf King's spiritual power. In the next moment, his spiritual power headed straight for the domain boundary. In the bounded domain, the tributary of the Forbidden Sea. At this moment, hundreds of demons were waiting. The golden light on the Jiao's body became more intense. Its body was now extremely huge. It stood at the forefront of the coast, looking a little excited. After this, it would become the only demon king in the 7 southern regions, right? Just as the Jiao was getting excited, a powerful mentality swept across the sky above the Forbidden Sea, stirring up the space in the sky and causing cracks to appear. A true king's mentality. Seeing this, the Jiao's eyes flickered. Then it roared excitedly, "Kill!" The Jiao's mentality also began to fluctuate. The time had come. The true king of the land of rebirth had informed them that they could leave the bounded domain and join the battle. Roar! A series of roars rang out. The demons behind the Jiao were also excited. Were they going to leave the bounded domain? They had lived in the bounded domain for countless years. They had not gone out much because it was too dangerous. But this time they had already discussed it with the forbidden oceanic demons. This time they were going to leave the bounded domain. If the forbidden oceanic demons dared to ambush them, they would enter the sea and fight the forbidden oceanic demons. Because they had informed the forbidden oceanic demons in advance, the Jiao did not care that much, even though the forbidden oceanic demons did not reply. According to the demons here, they had done this before. A few decades ago, they went to Mount Royal Sea to fight the demons. When they went out, the forbidden oceanic demons did not attack them. The Jiao roared, its mentality fluctuating. "Let's go!" With a swoosh, hundreds of demons, trees, flowers, and all kinds of beasts. Although they were messy, their aura was extremely strong. One by one, they took the flight step and flew directly to the other side of the river. In the bounded domain, there were originally 6 rank, 9 demons. Fang Ping, killed 2 of them. The Jiao broke through again. Now, there were 5 rank 9 demons left. The 5 rank 9 demons took the lead and went straight to the other side of the river. In the sea, the surface of the water rippled slightly. Seeing this, the Jiao roared again, waves of mentality fluctuating. Borrow the way. They were just borrowing the way. They were not going to fight the forbidden oceanic demons. Following the roars of a few rank 9 demons, the sea gradually calmed down. However, when the last few rank 7 demons leaped out, a few giant tentacles suddenly emerged from the sea, grabbed a few rank 7 demons, and dragged them into the sea. The Jiao, who had already flown across the sea, looked back, its big eyes showing some dissatisfaction. They had already said they were borrowing the way, but they still had to collect a toll. Although there were many high-ranked demons in the bounded domain, rank 7 demons were also the top combat power. It was very dissatisfied that a few demons were dragged down just like that. The Jiao did not think there was anything wrong with demons eating demons. It had done it a few times, but now it was the demon king of the bounded domain. These demons were all its subordinates. They were its private property. Back then, outside Skygate City, when the trees it planted were destroyed, it would fly into a rage. When Chef unifies the 7 southern regions this time, I'll ask him to help me kill these guys. Even the Forbidden Sea cannot bully me. The Jiao raised its head, turned back and roared threateningly. I'll let you be happy for now. Once I've conquered the 7 southern regions, I'll kill them all and devour them one by one. Perhaps I can also step into the divine path. Ignoring the forbidden oceanic demons, the Jiao roared again and dashed valiantly in the direction of the imperial sea mountain. It was prepared to attack the city in the distance first, then meet up with Chef. Perhaps there was no need to meet up. It could just dig its own mines and bring the demons back to the bounded domain. As the Jiao thought about this, it roared again. This time it was a mighty roar. I'm out. So what if you're the Huai King? Come and kill me. The last time a true king entered was an accident. Could it be that another true king would enter this time? Now, the Golden Horn King was no longer what it used to be. It had become a demon king from the Venerable Realm. It even commanded 4 demon kings, hundreds of commanders and venerables. It was no weaker than the 10,000 ants desert and the 100 beasts forest. The demons in the bounded domain were no weaker than the 2 forbidden lands. I'm back. The Jiao roared continuously. It was basically announcing its return. Returning with glory, not just in the bounded domain. This time it would become the only demon king in the 100 beasts forest and the 10,000 ants desert. The entire 7 southern regions began to descend into chaos. The demons in the bounded domain had already set out from the 3 forbidden lands. The demons in the remaining 2 forbidden lands had also received the voice transmissions from the Green Wolf King and the Bamboo King. The War King did not stop them. The 15 rank, 9 forbidden lands were all ready to make a move. In the direction of the Imperial Sea Mountain, 10 rank, 9 divine general powerhouses also began to rush toward Hope City. In the direction of Hope City, 18 rank, 9 powerhouses were also on standby, ready to receive the Land of Rebirth's attack at any time. In the passageway on the human side, including Fong Ping, Li Changsheng, and the old man guarding the passageway, there were a total of 12 powerhouses, 7 southern regions. Rank 9s gathered today. More than 50. The moment these people all entered the 7 southern regions, the true kings who could not sense the situation in the bounded domain and the true kings who could not sense the situation on Earth all sensed it now. More than 50 divine generals. A battle of this scale had not occurred for hundreds of years. Even the previous battle of Tianan and the battle of Forbidden City did not have this many rank 9s participating. At the same time, the inner perimeter of the bounded domain, the cat burrowed out of the river and roared, "Something big happened! Something big happened!" The next moment, the shadow flashed and said impatiently, "What's wrong?" The demons outside the grotto heaven have all run away. You're finished. The demons that you raised have all been abducted. None of them above illuminating God are left. The cat's huge face seemed to be gloating. He roared anxiously, "There's a show outside. It's so exciting. I want to go out and watch the show." Those fellows from the Forbidden Sea said it's a mess outside. Dozens of false god powerhouses have come. The war is about to start. The Shadow was a little surprised. Then he said with some dissatisfaction, "I thought you don't like to watch the show and like to sleep in? Why do you want to go out and watch the show this time? I've been here for thousands of years. Do you really think I'm not bored?" The cat's huge head shook. Although he liked to sleep, sleeping for thousands of years was also very uncomfortable. "You can't go out. If you go out now, I want to go out." The cat was a little tempted. "That human said it's quite interesting outside now. Someone even invented cat food and dog food. It's very delicious." The Shadow trembled. "Very delicious? You're a true god demon. Do you need to eat?" "Gong Juanzi, I want to go out." "No." The Shadow refused. "Hundreds of years ago, I wanted you to go out. You were sleeping and refused to move. Now that a great change was coming, the seal could not be opened at this time. The cat could not go out either. Once it went out, the cat would become the target of public criticism. It would be the first true god powerhouse to officially walk out of the grotto heaven. It would attract the attention of all the powerhouses. I want to go out." The cat was unwilling. It wanted to go out. The grotto heaven was only so big. It was already sick of staying here. Seeing that the Shadow did not speak, the cat shouted again, "I'll go out through the Forbidden Sea below. You can open a small hole below, and I'll go out." "Cat," the Shadow said helplessly, "why do you have to leave now?" "It's just a battle between some false god powerhouses. Back then, there were more than 100 true god powerhouses, and they fought endlessly. You didn't go." "I don't care. I want to go out." The cat did not listen. It just wanted to go out. It was really sick of staying here. Moreover, it had eaten everything that could be eaten. Now, other than Gong Juanzi's body, there was nothing else to eat. In such a huge grotto heaven, there were some plants in other grotto heavens. However, the Quichan mountain grotto heaven was bare. There was not even a single blade of grass. It had been eaten as a snack. It had fallen to the point where it had to eat grass. Back then, the cat ate dragon liver and phoenix marrow and drank bejeweled nectar. There were some indestructible substances in the grotto heaven that could be drunk like water. However, it had soaked in Gong Juanzi's corpse. It would not drink it. It would spoil its appetite. Gong Juanzi had a splitting headache. This lazy cat of all times that wanted to go out now? Wasn't it finding trouble for him? "No, then I'll go out and come back. You open a small hole. We can fill it up together." The cat's large tail began to sweep. Its huge body leaped out of the water. Its tail swept over the Shadow again and again, causing the Shadow to tremble. "Gong Juanzi, let me out. If you don't, I'll roast your body and eat it." Gong Juanzi was really helpless. After a while, he said, "Go to the Forbidden Sea and don't show your face. Don't you just want to go out and get something to eat? Then catch some demons in the Forbidden Sea as meat. You hide in the Forbidden Sea. The true god powerhouses outside won't be able to find you, but you're not allowed to leave the Forbidden Sea. Once you leave, they'll discover your existence. Cat, now isn't the time for us to show ourselves. Once you show yourself, you might be surrounded and killed by the true gods. You'll be back in half a day at most. Otherwise, I can only seal the entrance forcefully and won't leave a door open for you. As time passes, the seal will collapse." The cat instantly jumped up and said excitedly, "All right, I'll be back in half a day. Gong Juanzi, do you want me to bring you some delicious food?" The Shadow couldn't be bothered with it. In the next second, it disappeared. The cat didn't care either. It dove into the river. The river led to the Forbidden Sea. It could go there, but it needed to open the realm wall. Back then, the realm wall had sealed itself. It was fine coming in from the outside, but going out from the inside could easily cause the realm wall to shatter, especially for a powerhouse like it. Going back and forth a few times might cause the realm wall to collapse. However, the cat knew that this place would open soon. As long as it could last until that day, it wouldn't have to worry about the realm wall collapsing. Not long after the cat dove in, the shadow appeared on the bridge again. It looked at the river with some worry. This lazy cat wouldn't forget the time, right? It would be very dangerous to go out early now. However, the cat didn't participate in the war back then and wasn't injured. Its combat power had always been at its peak. After thousands of years, although it had been sleeping, its strength should have improved. Ordinary, true God powerhouses might not be the cat's opponent. I hope it doesn't cause trouble, the shadow murmured. This cat was always unreliable when it was doing business. It even missed the Great War back then. Who knew if there would be any accidents? As the shadow lamented, the realm wall trembled slightly. At this moment, the shadow suddenly moved slightly. His gaze suddenly turned to the direction of Hope City. Who is it? The moment the realm wall opened, he sensed something. The next moment, the shadow couldn't hide his shock. Through the celestial realm wall? How could it be? Who was it? The celestial realm wall was extremely powerful. Even true gods couldn't shake it. Even if there was a hole on the other side, not everyone could pass through it. As for the few powerful auras in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, he didn't care too much. It was a little familiar, but not too familiar. It might be someone who came from the other grotto heavens back then. At the same time, the shadow trembled. Demonic City. The vortex mouth. Although separated by the passageway, Zhang Tao still tilted his head to look to the west. That was the direction of the boundary land west of Hope City. Strange, the old guy came out? No way, right? It's too difficult for mentality to penetrate through the passageway. I can only vaguely feel it. Damn, if I didn't cut off a lot of mentality, I might be able to feel it more clearly. Zhang Tao muttered a few words. Then he frowned slightly. Something did not seem right inside. Was there a problem? He could not sense it clearly, but he still felt that it was slightly beyond his expectations. There were movements from all sides. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others went all out as soon as they came out of the passageway. They instantly unleashed their big moves and killed the catacombs' powerhouses who were just changing shifts. As soon as they came out of the passageway, heaven and earth began to tremble. The whole of Hope City was originally in good condition. However, when dozens of rank 9 powerhouses went all out, in the blink of an eye, the city that was just in good condition was almost in ruins. Kill. As soon as both sides saw each other, without saying a word or any communication, they just killed each other. Fang Ping roared, "Take them away. Don't gather at this passageway." As soon as he finished shouting, Wu Quishen's expression changed drastically. He said, "Fang Ping, there's trouble. People are coming. A lot of rank 9s. Right now, Wu Quishen was indeed extremely powerful. He sent a rank 9 powerhouse flying in an instant. He still had the time to tell Fang Ping what he had observed. How many? Fang Ping was also relatively relaxed. In front of him, the rank 9 castellan who was still attacking him was enveloped by a golden house in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping's expression was tense. However, he could still handle the other party's attack. The fellow inside could not break his golden house in a short time. 10-11. One of them looks like a human. He's less than 800 li away from here. Fang Ping's expression turned ugly instantly. 800 li? Old Zhang said that everyone was over at the restricted area. Mount Imperial Sea was 2,000 li away from here. 2,000 li. If a rank 9 went all out and maintained their combat strength, they would need about 2 hours. A speed of 1,000 li. This was the normal speed that a rank 9 could maintain combat strength at. However, it was less than 800 li. If they rushed a little, they would reach it in less than an hour. Moreover, These powerhouses here would also converge there. If both parties rushed at the same time, they would meet in half an hour at most. At most half an hour. Maybe 20 minutes. Fang Ping's expression changed. 20 minutes to finish off 18 rank 9s in front of him? How was that possible? Otherwise, if both parties met, it would be big trouble. Close to 30 rank 9s. How could they stop them? Not far away, Old Manly shouted. Who cares how many people come? Kill some of them first. I'll kill the monster, Sunflower City's castellan. According to the original plan, the monster Sunflower City's castellan, Origin's powerhouse, was not his target. However, as luck would have it, he bumped into this fellow as soon as he came out. Huang Jing's death was not directly killed by the monster Sunflower City's castellan. Huang Jing had used the blood saber technique to self-destruct. However, the monster Sunflower City's castellan was the contact person that day. He had contacted powerhouses from everywhere to besiege and kill the MCMAU people. Wu Quishan, you block the others. Old Manly roared. He did not care how many people came in front of him now. He would kill a few enemies first. Longevity soared. The monster Sunflower City's castellan's expression was cold and stern. That day, when Fang Ping and the rest left and killed Monster Sunflower, this made him extremely angry. Now that his enemies had met, his eyes were exceptionally red. Everyone hold them back. The true king's reinforcements are here. The monster Sunflower City's castellan roared too. This time they were prepared. Leave these people behind. In the next second, the 3-rank, 9 powerhouses did not kill them. Instead, they quickly scurried to their rear and began to seize control of the passageway from Fang Ping and the rest. They wanted to control the passageway, catch them like turtles in a jar, unite all parties, and kill this group of people. Once longevity soared and the rest died, they could sit back and relax in 7 Southern Territory. With the initiative, they could attack the Land of Rebirth at any time. As long as the true king was not around, they could do earth-shattering things in the Land of Rebirth. Rumble, intense explosions resounded throughout heaven and earth. Fang Ping and the others, each holding a divine weapon, faced 18 rank, 9 powerhouses in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had covered 1 person. Right now he was being targeted. No, he was being targeted by a demon. A towering green bamboo. Mentality trembling violently. You shouldn't have lied to me. The green bamboo was furious. It was deceived by Fang Ping last time. As soon as these people came out, it recognized Fang Ping. This time, Fang Ping was still concealing his aura. Only Fang Ping had the ability to do so. Last time, this fellow lied to it and attacked the Destiny lineage powerhouses, almost causing a war between the 2 lineages. This time, it must kill this fellow to avenge its previous humiliation. Fang Ping was very helpless. This was not going according to plan. Monster plants were not his target. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 8:18. The green bamboo was an origin powerhouse, and monster plants were generally stronger. It might not be able to kill Fang Ping, but Fang Ping would not be able to escape now that he was targeted. Zhu Qing. Fang Ping shouted. This monster plant seemed to have this name. Fang Ping had heard it mention it last time. At this moment, Fang Ping roared, yelling, You think I lied to you last time? Li Zhu's strength has really recovered. He's not prepared to start a war with humans. If you're really Li Zhu's confidant, you should know what he's thinking. Zhu Qing, don't listen to his nonsense. Monster Sunflower City's mayor roared. They now had some understanding of Fang Ping. He was good at bewitching people. They did not know the last human martial artist who could talk like this, but it was Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao mingled in the circle of the apex, bewitching the apex. Fang Ping saw Monster Sunflower City's mayor and was furious. He scolded with a smile, Monster Sunflower City's mayor, you're a stupid dog. Do you remember the last time I snuck into the mansion of the city under your nose? Do you know who I am? I killed your rank 8 Commander-in-Chief's descendant in front of you, and you still have to cheer for me." Monster Sunflower City's mayor was stunned. At this moment, Old Man Lee's sky-piercing sword tore through space. It was incomparably powerful. Monster Sunflower City's mayor was shocked. How was this possible? He had fought with Old Man Lee many times. Although Old Man Lee's explosive power was strong, they were only equal in strength. Last time in Monster Sunflower City, Old Man Lee fought him and Monster Sunflower City alone, and was suppressed. When the two of them fought alone, Monster Sunflower City's mayor was not at a disadvantage. He was just unwilling to risk his life. How many days had it been? Only a month. A month ago he had fought with Longevity, sword many times. The last time it almost killed him, but now? Impossible. Monster Sunflower City's mayor was a little distracted earlier. That was because he was shocked by Fong Ping's words. He did not expect Fong Ping to have snuck into Monster Sunflower City long ago. Kuei Ming was actually Fong Ping in disguise. Originally, Li Chongxing could not do anything to him when he was distracted for a moment. But at this time, Old Man Li had consecutively advanced and completed his breakthrough to rank 8 7th stage. 10,000 Dao unification was already extremely powerful. This distraction was a big problem. At this moment, a gigantic crack appeared in the void. There seemed to be a strong wind blowing through the pitch-black space. The look in the Monster Sunflower City Lord's eyes changed dramatically. His figure forcefully shifted, as if he had broken through space and instantly disappeared from where he stood. In almost an instant, the battle had just begun. The next moment, Monster Sunflower City's Lord reappeared. His face was deathly pale, and one of his arms had disappeared into thin air. Along with his arm, his divine weapon also disappeared. As the frontline city, Lord Powerhouse facing the humans, he had a 9th grade divine weapon. However, in that instant, in order to block the spatial crack, he was unable to completely dodge it. He had to rely on his divine weapon to escape. Too strong. At this moment, everyone felt a little sluggish. The crack that appeared in the void just now was enormous. Old Man Lee's sword slashed out a gigantic crack. His sword gleam pierced through the air and bombarded through the air. The Monster Sunflower City Lord was not only attacked by the crack, but also by Old Man Lee's sword gleam. At this moment, the terror in the Monster Sunflower City Lord's eyes had reached the point of no return. 3 strikes at most. If the other party made 3 consecutive strikes, he would die without a doubt. However, he was an Origin's powerhouse after all. At this moment, he could see some clues. Even though his face was deathly pale, he still roared, "Don't be afraid! He needs time to recover." As he spoke, he was about to join forces with a few rank 9s to kill Longevity, sword together. Unexpectedly at this moment, Old Man Lee's body flickered with golden light. In the blink of an eye, his aura recovered to its peak. "Ha ha ha!" Old Man Lee laughed loudly. "I do need time to recover, but do you think it's the same as last time? Last time I used energy fluid. Do you think it's the best thing? Last time, Fong Ping ran away. Before he left, he did not leave him any imperishable substance. Otherwise, he could have killed a few more rank 9s last time. You guys hold off the others. I'm the main attacker today. I'll kill these rank 9s. At this moment, Old Man Lee's arrogance was at its peak. Who was stronger than him? His 120,000 calories vitality could be used as 240,000 calories. Fong Ping felt that his strength control was less than 70%. He would not tell Fong Ping that he was unreasonably strong. 80%. Close to 200,000 calories vitality outburst. Among the Origin Path powerhouses, he was not a match for the top-notch ones. But who else could be a match for him? Wu Quishin's vitality was 150,000 calories. After walking about 700 meters on the Origin Path with a 0, 7 times increase. In terms of 100% outburst, Wu Quishan could unleash a 250,000 calories vitality attack. Could he do it? Wu Quishan improved faster than him. At least he had been stuck at rank 8. Wu Quishan was a rank 9 in the blink of an eye, a top-notch rank 9. Wu Quishan's strength control was at most 60%. Among everyone present, in terms of strength, Chen Yaozu should be the strongest. It was not because he walked far on the origin path, but because he had a high degree of strength control. He had lived for too long. Moreover, there was no energy recovery in the boundary zone. In order to save energy, Chen Yaozu calculated carefully and did not waste any energy. Among everyone present, Chen Yaozu was probably the only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Old Man Li was still laughing maniacally. Fang Ping also saw an opportunity. At this moment, Fang Ping took the initiative to change his strategy. Previously, he thought that Old Man Li could kill the weak rank 9s, but the origin path should be a little troublesome. But now, reality proved that Longevity Sword had a rapid recovery method. That was the most awesome existence. Instructor, Fang Ping had overlooked a very serious problem. He had forgotten that his most suitable target to cooperate with was none other than Li Changxing. Instructor, I'll trap, you kill. One had a method to trap, the other had a method to kill in seconds. This was the best combination. As both of them had not fought together for too long, they had overlooked each other's characteristics. When they worked together, they were truly invincible. Old Man Li could kill his opponents in a second, but he could not trap them. Just like earlier, if Monster Sunflower City's governor had not run away, he might have been killed. He would not have lost his god weapon and an arm like this. At this moment, the other rank 9 powerhouses had also reacted. Everyone had overlooked it. It could not be helped. Fang Ping had improved too quickly. He had almost never fought alongside them. Actually, everyone was not familiar with his combat style. Everyone knew about his golden house, and that he could trap people, knowing was one thing, but they had never cooperated with him before. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses. Chen Yaozu did not have time to speak. He quickly used his mentality to transmit his voice. Don't worry about people. Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan will split into 3. Gua Shangquan, the 3 of you and Xiaoqi block 6. Tianmu, Wang Tringhai take 1 each. Li Changsheng, you and Fang Ping trap and kill 1. In the blink of an eye, everyone had discovered the fastest way to kill the enemy. Fang Ping trap, Li Changxing kill. Li Changxing's explosive power was much stronger than they had imagined. Li Changxing, who was a 7th refinement golden body, was much stronger than before. They were transmitting their voices. The Monster Sunflower City's city lord and the others looked at each other, slightly shocked. The other party had 11 people, while they had 18. Why did they feel such a huge sense of crisis? Although they were talking, they did not delay the battle. Fang Ping was currently entangled by the big green bamboo. The other party ignored Fang Ping's words this time. Countless gigantic bamboo branches spread out, whipping the void and lashing at Fang Ping. The big green bamboo was extremely furious that Fang Ping had deceived it. When it attacked, it would be giving it its all. At this moment, Fang Ping also felt a sense of crisis. Fang Ping also raised a saber and slashed bang. A loud noise was heard. Fang Ping was sent flying by the big green bamboo branches, as if he was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. The moment Fang Ping flew backward, he happened to fly toward Li Changxing. Both of them had a tacit understanding. Old Man Li did not resist at all. He and Fang Ping collided together. In the next moment, both of them disappeared. In their place, only a dazzling golden house was left. Early on, when Fang Ping had just entered, he had already enveloped a weak rank 9 city lord. Initially, he wanted to trap him first and think of a way to kill him later. But now, Fang Ping knew that it was only a matter of 1 slash. Killing one was one. In the Golden House. That city lord powerhouse was still bombarding the Golden House. He was bombarding madly. In the blink of an eye, two people appeared in front of him. Without a word, Old Manly unsheathed his sword and slashed. Fang Ping did not hesitate either. His Chongdao slashed horizontally. You guys, even if this weak, rank 9 martial artist were to face one of them alone, he would most likely be killed. Not to mention facing two people at the same time. He would also have to take on the strongest blow from both of them without being able to avoid. Buzz! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the Golden House. Seeing that, Fang Ping's expression changed. He roared, "Be gentler!" The old man's explosive force seemed to have exceeded the limit. Fang Ping felt like his mentality was being shredded. The Golden House was a manifestation of his mentality. It seemed unrelated to Fang Ping, but in reality, this was Fang Ping's own mentality. Once he was attacked, he would be the one being bombarded. Cut the crap! As soon as Old Man Li's voice fell, the crack had already disappeared. Fang Ping's Chongdao had just landed, slashing the other party in half. It was not that Fang Ping was so strong that he was invincible, but that Old Man Li's slash had directly smashed the other party's mentality into pieces. He did not even have the time to scream. This rank 9 city lord probably did not expect that he would die so quickly. There was nowhere to run. He took on the full force of 2 powerhouses head-on. Everyone was equipped with a divine weapon, not caring about the consumption, and recovered in the blink of an eye against such opponents. Unless they crushed them, if they did not die from the first slash, they would die from the second slash. Both Fang Ping and Old Man Li glanced at the corpse that had been split in half. Their mentality had been crushed. Even if the golden body was powerful, he probably wouldn't have a chance to recover in this situation. Continue. Fang Ping was overjoyed. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality it happened so fast that it couldn't be any faster. As soon as they exited the catacombs, Old Man Li repelled the monster Sunflower City's governor with 1 slash, and Fang Ping was sent flying by the big green bamboo. Including the time they spent talking, the whole thing took about 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. Although Fang Ping had shouted a few sentences when he came in, his speed was so fast that the average person could not hear him clearly. In 5 seconds, both of them entered the house to kill. In less than 3 seconds, the first rank 9 had fallen. Within 10 seconds, there were casualties. Impossible. At this moment, the terror in the eyes of the monster Sunflower City Lord, who was about to attack again, could not be concealed. In the blink of an eye, a city lord had fallen. Just as he thought that it was impossible, Fang Ping and Old Man Li appeared at the same time, looking at him. He was the next target. The monster Sunflower City Lord was terrified. Without another word, he turned around and ran. Even if there were still 17 rank 9s here, he still wanted to run. Don't you dare! Just as the monster Sunflower City Lord was running, in the direction of Mount Royal Sea, the 2 true kings had been watching from the sidelines. Suddenly they were extremely cold, saying darkly, "Fight to the death! Hold them back. Whoever dares to run will die." 18 rank 9, 7 origin Dao. In the instant they exchanged blows, one of them had fallen. The monster Sunflower City Lord, the only catacombs human origin Dao in the heavenly plants lineage, was actually running. This was intolerable to a true king. There were still reinforcements. The 10 god generals were almost here. The 10 demon kings would come too. With so many powerhouses gathered, how could they not kill these people? The monster Sunflower City Lord was terrified. At this moment he suddenly roared, "Monster plants, deal with Fang Ping and Longevity Sword. If his materialized space is enlarged, its defense will be weakened. It won't be able to trap the monster plants. 3 monster plant guardians, go kill both of them." At this moment, the monster Sunflower City Lord stopped running. He dared not run. The 2 true kings had been watching the battle this time. If he ran now, he would die sooner or later. It was not as dangerous as he thought. The three monster plants were all Origin Dao powerhouses. If they fought against these two together, Fang Ping's materialized space would not be able to trap them. In a situation where Li Changsheng could not trap his opponent, with the three Origin Dao working together, he could not kill the monster plants. Fang Ping and the others were changing their tactics. The catacombs were also changing their tactics. Although the monster Sunflower City Lord was not their leader at this moment, everyone knew that this was the only way to hold them back. This time, the catacombs' goal was to kill Fang Ping and the others, not to save their lives. If it was to save their lives, everyone would run now. But now, the true king's goal was to kill them, block the passageway and not let them leave. Even if all of them died in battle, it would not matter. Human powerhouses were limited. This place gathered a large number of human hope seeds. Killing them, even if dozens of god generals died, was worth it. Mount Imperial Sea. Bamboo King and Green Wolf King's faces were livid. Ji Yao, who had just arrived, led Jinan and the others up the high platform. She asked curiously, "Sirs, what's the situation now?" Green Wolf King's expression was ugly. Beside him, Bamboo King said darkly, "A god general has fallen. These fellows from the outer domain are all useless. When we met them just now, we reminded them again and again to be careful, to work together this time, but one of them was still killed." How long had it been? If the 18 powerhouses worked together, how could the resurrected martial artists fight against 3 of them alone? Wu Chuan and the others were fighting 1 against 3. Damn it. 3 powerhouses actually could not fight their way out of the battle circle and went to save people. This was simply a disgrace. Rather than saying that the god general who had just died was killed by Fang Ping and the others, it was better to say that he was abandoned by his own people. Not a single person thought of saving him. Bamboo King said, then quickly added, "They have already found a countermeasure. Don't worry, we can kill them. As long as these people don't get out of 7 southern regions, they will all die this time." Having said that, Bamboo King looked at Ji Yao, his eyes dark. "Ji Yao, why did you bring these people here?" As he said that, he did not wait for Ji Yao to speak, and said darkly, "If you are willing to participate in the battle, let Ji Nan bring people in. You don't have to. I don't want to see what happens in 18 southern regions here." Ji Yao's expression turned ugly. What did that mean? Serves you right that your people must die. Dozens of god generals, and one of them was killed as soon as the battle started. Did they really think that god generals were worthless? Fang Ping caused a ruckus in Sky Plant City in the Battle of Kings, and no god generals had fallen. But now one of them had died. These true kings were ruthless enough. They did not even treat the god generals from other regions as humans. If not for their fear of the true king's strength, the city lords from other regions might have rebelled long ago. Just as Ji Yao was thinking about this, a loud roar suddenly pierced through from the direction of Hope City. "Killed a catacombs, rank 9. The voice spread throughout the entire 7 southern regions, reaching Mount Royal Sea. Naturally, Fang Ping did not have the strength, but this voice was Fang Ping's. At the peak of Mount Royal Sea, where King looked calm. "Don't look, I did it. I learned it from Zhang Tao." Although his mentality was not as strong as Zhang Tao's, Mount Royal Sea was 2,000 li away from Hope City. He could still radiate it. If it was Zhang Tao, radiating 3,000 li should not be a problem. Maybe a little longer. This time, Ji Yao and the rest's expressions changed. Green Wolf King's face was livid. He said coldly, "War King, this is Fang Ping? You guys are really bold. You actually dare to let Fang Ping show himself, and even show up with such fanfare." As soon as he finished speaking, Green Wolf King's mentality suddenly fluctuated violently. The void trembled nonstop. Fang Ping has appeared in 7 southern regions. He's being held back. Send people to help kill him quickly. Fang Ping has appeared in 7 southern regions The voice spread in the direction of Mount Royal Sea. Then Green Wolf King looked directly at Ji-Nan and the rest, saying coldly, "Ji-Nan, other than you, the other 4 god generals will enter 7 southern regions immediately. Hurry!" "Sir, you dare disobey?" Green Wolf King was extremely cold. There were 5 god generals here. Ji-Nan was a member of the Ji family. He could not die. The other 4, however, had no problem. Join the battle immediately. Since they were here in front of 2 true kings, these people had no right to refuse. It was more likely that the Life Kings would refuse in person. Ji-Nan looked helpless. Ji Yao, on the other hand, was a little indignant. She said, "Sir, this is the commander of the Heaven's Mandate Army. I know." Green Wolf King said coldly, "Ji Yao, do you think you have the right to bargain with me? The Heaven's Mandate Army is not the Ji family's private property. Even the Heaven's Mandate Royal Court is under the command of the returning True King's palace. Since I said it, then it is my order. If you don't go, you will die." Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Fong Ping's words. She was nothing without strength. Could she always rely on her father's generation? Green Wolf King did not even ask her. He did not care that these people were brought here by her. Other than Ji-Nan, everyone else had to go. If they did not go, they would die. Even if these people were powerhouses, trained by the Ji family. Ji Yao finally realized the reality. In the eyes of the true kings, she was really nothing. Beside her, the 4 god generals looked at each other, then at Ji Yao and Ji-Nan. They did not say anything, nor did they refuse. Soon, the 4 of them left the platform and walked towards 7 southern regions. They could not refuse. Both true kings had said that if they did not go, they would die. They were not joking. If they did not go, they would definitely die. Green Wolf King ignored them. Suddenly, he looked at the Bamboo King and said, "I'll watch here. Quickly go to the nearby regions and gather the god generals. This time, even if all the god generals die in battle, we must make them stay. At all costs. Fong Ping and the Longevity Sword are not god generals. You know what that means. Also, the Snake King seems to have used Mystic Jade's origin path. Also, the Gu King's son, Sino Nation's southern guardian. As the Green Wolf King spoke, he was shocked. If these people were killed, a large number of seeds from the land of rebirth would die. The Bamboo King understood the situation better than he did. He said quickly, "That's right. They must die. I didn't expect so many god generals to be here. They knew there were people on the way, but they didn't retreat. If that's the case, we won't give them a chance. Green Wolf, summon all the god generals under me. This time, even if we have to break through 7 southern regions, we must kill them. Also, inform some true kings." The Bamboo King began to speak through voice transmission. "If we can't kill them, it means that these people have become a huge threat. This time at all costs, even if a battle between true kings breaks out in 7 southern regions. Martial King and War King are still on the other side. Also, there are 2 true kings who have come back to life nearby. I'll go find them now. Green Wolf, get ready." The Green Wolf King's expression changed, but he did not refuse. Fight then. Last time, he already felt that Fong Ping was a hidden danger. Now it was proven that it was indeed so. Soon, the Green Wolf King said through voice transmission, "Go find Maple King, White King, and the others. They are willing to help. Also, quickly bring the god generals here." As he spoke, the Green Wolf King said hurriedly, "I'll keep watch here. Inform one of the true kings to send a message. You go and recruit the god generals yourself. Nearby royal city castellans, divine sect powerhouses, and dynasty powerhouses must all come. Use the true king order to recruit them." The 2 true kings were also decisive people. Today, the number of rank 9 powerhouses in 7 southern regions had almost broken through 60. However, they felt that it might not be safe. This might be the best opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. The Bamboo King said no more. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was going to the nearby regions to gather experts. The 15th Southern Territory West Catacombs and the 17th Southern Territory West Mountain Catacombs had a large number of powerhouses gathering at the moment. He was prepared to go there and call for reinforcements. He would not attack those two places anymore. What was so great about killing some newbies? Kill Zhang Weiyu. Zhang Weiyu might not be more of a threat than Fang Ping and the others. If Zhang Weiyu refused to come in no matter what, it would be useless even if the Shijiang catacombs were breached. Only Fang Ping's side was the meat in their mouths. It was difficult for them to retreat now. Would the land of rebirth send more reinforcements? Regardless of whether they could or not, when there were hundreds of divine generals in the 7 southern regions, how could they not kill a few resurrected divine generals? After the Bamboo King left, the Green Wolf King continued to watch the battle. The War King glanced in the direction where the Bamboo King had left with a helpless look on his face. Big trouble. Zhang Tao didn't expect this, did he? There was no need for any strategy, no need to anger the other party. Fang Ping shouted, and I magnified it. These true kings went crazy. They were going to call people to surround and kill Fang Ping. The ultimate battle was about to break out. I think it's better for Fang Ping and the others to leave as soon as possible. The War King sighed in his heart. With the speed of a true king, it was extremely fast for them to personally fetch divine generals and rush over. Perhaps very soon the 7 southern regions would really have more than 100 rank 9s. This might also be the time when the number of rank 9s in an outer region was the highest. Chapter 819. At the entrance of the passageway, Fang Ping and the others quickly killed a weak rank 9. Fang Ping let out a roar, and Warlord helped to amplify it. His voice spread throughout the 7 southern territory. 10,000 ants desert. Jiao felt that it was in trouble. In front of them, a large group of demons were eyeing them covetously and were extremely vigilant. Golden-horned Beast King. In the 10,000 ants desert, a few giant golden ants were at daggers drawn. The ant clan was the most numerous among the demon clans. The 10,000 ants desert was different from other forbidden areas. 100 Beasts Forest was where all kinds of demons gathered. In the 10,000 ants desert, there were 5 demon kings, all rank 9 ants. Originally, the Green Wolf King had ordered the ants to go to Hope City, but before they left, they felt danger. The demons of the bounded domain had come out. Not only that, the golden-horned Beast King had become the demon king of the bounded domain. Golden-horned Beast King, how dare you show up? The leader was a giant golden ant, tens of meters tall, golden all over. It looked even more domineering than Jiao. Its 2 compound eyes were also incomparably cold. Why did the golden-horned Beast King bring the demons of the bounded domain out? Roar, Jiao roared. The giant ant's mentality fluctuated. Golden-horned Beast, don't use your stupidity to prove that the demons still exist. Since you can communicate with a mortal deity, why bother? It could understand Jiao's roar, but it was disdainful. Did the golden-horned beast think that this proved that the demons also had a language? But there were many types of demons, and there was a difference in beast language. It was more intuitive to communicate with mentality. Jiao was a little annoyed. This giant ant had lost its dignity as a demon. Was it not normal to communicate in beast language? Although extremely dissatisfied, Jiao still communicated with mentality. Borrow a path. Borrow a path? The bounded domain is going to join the war too? Jiao blinked its huge eyes. Join the war too? When they first arrived, they seemed to have gathered here. Were they going to join the war too? No. Where were they going to join the war? Although Jiao was not sure, it did not waste time. Yes, Ant King. What about you? The Green Wolf King ordered to kill the revived martial artists. The Jiao wasn't too surprised, but it was a bit strange that they were going to the 10,000 ant desert. He asked, "Is the 10,000 Goblin Royal Court going to fight against the revived cultivators?" "I'm not sure. Then are you going?" "Go! The true king has already given the order. We have no choice but to go." The Ant King's spiritual force fluctuated. Soon, it brought up the previous question. "Why did you leave the domain zone?" The Jiao was not in a hurry to speak. The Ant King was going to join the battle? In that case, the demon race would also participate this time. Could Chef win? At this moment, the Jiao also sensed the auras of many King Realm experts. It had almost lost count. At this moment, the Jiao was hesitating. Was it really a good idea to attack a city at a time like this? Chef wasn't lying to her, was he? Chef's family did not have the ability to take over the 7 southern regions. If that was the case, he would be in trouble this time. But they had just left the domain and were still in high spirits. Could it be that they were going to retreat just like that? The big head of Jiao kept thinking about these questions, and it did not know what to say for a while. Could it say that it was going to help the resurrected warrior? As it was thinking, Fang Ping's voice came. When it heard that Chef had killed a king realm, the Jiao suddenly felt that it was worrying too much. Since Chef dared to take the initiative to attack the 7 southern regions, he must be confident. He had killed the king realm so quickly. The battle had erupted over there. The auras of dozens of rank 9 martial artists erupted. Even from 1,000 miles away, the Jiao could feel it. To it, it was just the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he had killed a king realm. The resurrected warrior was very powerful. The Jiao thought about this, looked at the big ant, and then at the core sacred ground behind it. Several mineral veins of life had gathered. These guys were much better than it. Why are we attacking the city? Isn't attacking the city to prove that I'm on the same side as Chef? It's also for the mineral veins of life. The demon race can devour them, but it's useless for humans. The Jiao thought of many things in an instant. Soon, its spiritual force fluctuated. Lord Huai King's messenger came to the domain zone and told me that as long as the resurrected warrior is killed, he will not kill me, the Jiao explained. Behind it, some of the demons were moving. The Jiao glanced back, its big eyes full of warning. "I'm here. There's no chance for you to interrupt." In front, the big golden ant was confused. "Lord Huai King's messenger is here." "He's here, didn't you see him?" "No." Although the big ant was a little confused, it did not suspect anything. There seemed to be no problem. Lord Huai King's messenger was here. It was normal for the golden-horned beast king to participate in the battle and not pursue the matter of its offense. As for the fact that it did not see him, it could be because he walked to the edge of Imperial Sea Mountain. "Then, shall we go together?" the big ant asked. Since the demons of the domain zone were also going to participate in the battle, then they would go together. Once they went there, they would meet up with the demon kings of the 100 Beasts Forest. There were 15 demon kings in the 3 territories. Be it the resurrected warrior or the martial artists of the divine land, they would not dare to ignore them. The Jiao's eyes widened as if in disbelief. It wanted to roar, but quickly turned into spiritual force. "You don't leave the demon kings to guard the forbidden land." The Jiao's face was full of confusion. "Don't guard the forbidden land? Our domain zone is too poor, and there's also the forbidden sea, so we don't need to guard it." "You don't want to guard it?" The big ant actually did not intend to leave the 9th grade demon kings to guard. After all, the 10,000 ants desert was the domain zone in the west, and there were no demon forces there. But now, the demons of the domain zone had come out, and they did not know if there were demons from other domains who did not come. The big ant heard the Jiao's words and was reminded. In the future, the demons of the Venerable Realm would not be able to guard the Forbidden Land. They had to leave 1 or 2 ant kings behind. Soon, the big ant started making arrangements. Of the 4 big ants beside it, it left 2 behind. It was not going to bring them all. It dispersed its forces, and the Jiao's big eyes blinked rapidly. The big head was thinking about a very serious matter. If I don't attack the city, but attack the Forbidden Land instead, will Chef find trouble with me? But the demon Forbidden Land was also going to participate in the battle. If I attack the Forbidden Land, wouldn't that count as helping? So conflicted, the Jiao looked at the core, sacred ground in the distance. There are mines of life here, and there were at least 3 of them. And the big ant was the master of the Forbidden Land and had always looked down on it. Its only brother here was killed by King Huai last time, and none of the ants spoke up for it. The ant race was very strong, the Jiao knew that. The Forbidden Lands in the outer domain actually all had the support of a true king. The 10,000 ants desert in the 10,000 demon royal court had the support of a true king-level big ant, and so did the 100 beasts forest. It did not have one. The Jiao was in pain. It did not have a good ancestor, and the golden-horned beasts did not seem to have any backing in the Forbidden Land. Even if it became a demon king, it would still be wild and could not establish a Forbidden Land, unless it surrendered to the royal court and became the companion beast of the city, lord like the demon beasts in the city. Then it could enjoy the mines of life alone. The Jiao did not want to lose its freedom. That was why it betrayed the 100 beasts forest. A true king from Chef's family is also a true king, and he even gave me a domain. That's better than a Forbidden Land. I destroyed the 10,000 ants desert, which is also helping Chef. Will he agree? The Jiao reassured itself it was not going to attack the city. It wanted to kill the demon race of the 2 Forbidden Lands. It wanted the demon race of the 7 southern regions to reign supreme. The 2 Forbidden Lands had existed for too long. The demon race only knew about the 10,000 ants desert and the 100 beasts forest. How would they know about the golden-horned beast king? What is this called? What is this called again? Humans have a saying, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The Jiao suddenly thought of a phrase. Yes, that was it. Although it was confused, why kill the chicken to scare the monkey? It did not seem to work, right? The monkey was very strong. It heard that the 10,000 demon royal court had a demon monkey king, but it had never heard of a demon chicken king. What did killing the chicken have to do with the monkey? The Jiao felt that the land of rebirth was quite complicated, so it did not think too much about it. Anyway, that was what it meant. Kill the big ant and the others, scare the 100 beasts forest? No, scare the other demons. Let all the demons know that I, the golden-horned beast king, have returned. Once I returned, I did something shocking and destroyed the Forbidden Lands. At that moment, the Jiao's mind was full of thoughts, and it quickly said, Ant King, then let's go together. The martial artist who revived is very strong. Did you hear that? Yes, the Ant King heard the voice transmission too, but did not pay much attention. Although the death of a king was quite scary, there were many experts going to Godland this time, and many demons too. Now that so many demons had gone to the Forbidden Lands, what was there to worry about? Then let's go together. I was just thinking, if King Huai did not kill me this time, should I return to the 100 Beasts Forest? The Jiao's voice was very young. It was not going to pretend to be old anymore. It was going to pretend to be young and ask its seniors some questions. Now that I'm out, where should I go? As the Jiao spoke, it walked towards the big ant unguardedly. The big ant was slightly uncomfortable, but seeing that the golden-horned beast king was humbly asking for guidance, it did not care anymore. It was also thinking of a question. Now that the golden-horned beast king had returned and become a demon king, should it bring him to the 10,000 ants desert? Although the 10,000 ants desert only had ants, under normal circumstances, the other demons would go to the 100 Beasts Forest or Imperial Sea Mountain. But this time the golden-horned beast king and the 100 Beasts Forest had fallen out, and the 7 southern regions was indeed getting more and more dangerous. The resurrected martial artist had killed many kings last time, and now another king had fallen. Who knew how many more would die next? Would it continue in the future? The Ant King also began to think about increasing its strength in the 10,000 ants desert. But the golden-horned beast king could do it, but the demons in the Forbidden Lands could not. There are too many king realms, and if they all came, the 10,000 ants' desert would be occupied by the demons. The big ant and the Jiao gathered together. As they flew towards Hope City, they discussed the Jiao's next course of action after this battle. The demons were also quite direct. The big ant quickly expressed the Jiao's intention to come to the 10,000 ants' desert. The Jiao's big head kept nodding, humbly accepting, as if it could consider it. As it considered, the Jiao suddenly turned around and roared, using its mentality to berate. Everyone go to the periphery! Protect the 10,000 ants tribe. Right now, there were many demons in the Forbidden Lands. There were close to 30 rank 8s and hundreds of rank 7s. There were much fewer demons in the 10,000 ants desert. Apart from the 3 rank 9s, there were only 5 rank 8s and more than 10 rank 7s. The remaining 2 rank 8s were left in the 10,000 ants desert. As the Jiao berated, it considered, could it kill these big ants quickly? Now that they were surrounded, so many demons surrounding them. The big ants were very strong, and the Ant King was the master of the 10,000 ants desert. The Jiao knew that it was no match for it, but the demons in the Forbidden Lands were not weak. 5 against 3, they should be able to kill them, right? Kill them, speed things up, then go back and kill the remaining 2 demon kings, and take over the 10,000 ants desert. Perhaps it could even kill the demon kings of the 100 Beasts Forest? The Jiao thought about it a lot. It felt that when it reached the 100 Beasts Forest, it could actually discuss the issue of seeking refuge like it did now. After all, it was from the 100 Beasts Forest. They were all demons. There was no need to be polite. After killing these demon kings, I will be the strongest demon king. Devour them, then devour the ores of life. Since we're on the same side as Chef, then when I kill the rebellious demons, I'll let Chef take the blame? The Jiao felt that it needed to take the blame. It could say that Chef asked it to do it, to let him take the blame. After devouring so many demon kings, perhaps it could really become a true king. Even if it could not, it could still become the most powerful monarch. If it relied on itself, it would not dare to do it. After killing these demons, it could just wait for the 10,000 demon royal court to come and kill it. But Chef did it. It wasn't me who did it. It would just kill the demons to silence them. Even if Imperial Sea Mountain knew they were not demons, why would the 10,000 demon royal court believe them? Once it became a true king, killing them was nothing. Would the royal court offend it, a true king of the demon race, for the sake of some demons? The Jiao felt that it was too powerful. It thought of everything well. When it was weak, it would rely on Chef first. When it was strong, it would run. First, let the true king of Chef's family help it block a true king. When it became a true king, at most, it would not eat Chef anymore. The Jiao felt that it had done right by Fong Ping. Chef smelled so good, it had always wanted to eat him. Now that it did not eat him, it should be satisfied. The Jiao thought happily and turned to look at the few rank 9 demons in the bounded domain. It gestured with its big eyes, but these demons were dumb, as if they did not understand. The Jiao was helpless, so stupid. I already asked you to protect the ant tribe from the outside, don't you understand? Leave the 10,000 ants desert a little further, and then act immediately. The Jiao was a little disappointed. The demons were too stupid. No, I am not stupid. I am the wise one among the demons. The Jiao was scheming against these demons. At the same time, in the Forbidden Sea, a huge cat's head popped up carefully. The Forbidden Sea had the effect of shielding one's aura, but it was useless outside the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea seems to have become bigger. It expanded again. No wonder the grotto heaven became so much smaller. The cat muttered to itself. I knew it. The grotto heaven seemed to have become smaller. It must be because Gong Juanzi sealed the grotto heaven and shrunk it while I was sleeping. After talking to itself for a while, the cat looked around, a little sad, which was rare. It seemed to be different from back then. Back then, there were so many delicious big fish in the sea. Why were they gone now? What was going on now? It did not like to eat big crabs and cuttlefish, but there were so many of them under the sea. I remember. There's an island 80,000 miles south of the Grotto Heaven. I used to fish there often. I wonder if it's still there? The cat turned to look at the depths of the forbidden sea, then suddenly looked in the direction of the 10,000 ants desert. That big foreign dog is so annoying, it looks almost the same as the big dog from back then. This big dog even took away my little brother. Should I eat it and be done with it? The cat thought about a very serious question, then shook its huge head. Forget it, I don't eat dog meat. The cat had not come out for a long time. Everything was strange to it. Suddenly, the cat grabbed a sea monster that looked like a crocodile. Although it did not look like the big fish in its memory, it was really hungry. It would fill its stomach first. The cat did not care about the crocodile monsters begging for mercy, and also ignored the other's rank 9 realm. Fish were for cats. Why should it beg for mercy? It did not eat it raw. The cat was a demon with a goal. It was different from the big dog that used to eat it. The big dog ate everything. The cat seemed to remember that the big dog ate everything raw, bloody, and disgusting. In Fong Ping's eyes, this was the natural law of the catacombs, or a kind of rule. However, Fong Ping did not see what happened next. The ash cat's claws suddenly burst into flames, directly roasting the crocodile with a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, a rank 9 monster became a roasted rank 9 monster. A huge wooden skewer appeared in the cat's claws, and it skewered the crocodile on the wooden skewer, eating it bite by bite, while continuing to swim in the direction of Hope City. Eating some snacks and watching the fun, this was the cat's life. It was just a little curious. Did someone seem to be peeping at it? The cat looked around suspiciously, but did not find anything. It was in the Forbidden Sea. Even a true god could not use their mentality here. No one should be looking at it. The cat shook its big head and continued to wander. It must have sensed wrongly. At the same time, Magic City's vortex mouth. Zhang Tao was also shocked to the extreme. Did I sense wrongly? I want to enter the catacombs. He seemed to have found something strange, and it was moving in the direction of Hope City. What is that? A venerable rank monster? No, the venerable rank monster from the Forbidden Sea would not come to the shallow waters. Why would it come here? No, it doesn't seem to be the aura of the Forbidden Sea. Zhang Tao suddenly hit his head. He could not sense it. Since the opening of more passageways, his mentality had increased rapidly, and he could actually see a lot of things. But recently, perhaps because he had cut too much, it was difficult for him to clearly sense the situation inside. What was that thing just now? Although he did not sense the specific situation, he sensed that the other party's aura was quite strong. Although it was very weak, that was because of the Forbidden Sea's influence, not because the other party was weak. It must be a desperate situation. Could it be the cat in Kuokang Mountain? Zhang Tao suddenly thought of the strange feeling he had sensed earlier. Could it be that the cat had escaped? No way. If it really escaped, this cat will really be living history. Zhang Tao's eyes moved. This was a cat that might have lived since the apotheosis period. It might know more than the owner of the Grotto Heaven. If it was caught, it was still thinking. Behind it, someone said worriedly, "Minister, what's the situation? Can you see the situation inside?" Zhang Tao turned around and saw Li Hansong's worried face. He smiled quickly and said, "It's okay. Fong Ping and the others have already killed a rank 9 and are fighting with other rank 9 now. There are no major changes so far." When he said that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be going smoothly. In the crowd, Fatty Jiang looked doubtful. It was going so smoothly? Then why did Fong Ping send him here in such a hurry? Zhang Tao saw that they were relieved, but he added in his heart, "That's now. Seems like there's going to be some trouble this time." Unexpected factors appear frequently. The other party has entered in advance. The demons seem to be joining in the battle. The boundaries are also joining in the fun. If it's really that cat, then it's okay. LV Zhen meant that the other party won't hurt people. But if it's not, if it's the venerable demon clan from the Forbidden Sea, this time we're really in big trouble. Zhang Tao was also as troubled as a cow. Everything that he did not want to happen happened today. 7 Southern Territory was in such a mess that he felt like he could not control it anymore. Originally, it was just a counterattack, but now it was a mess. Fang Ping was not the only one who did not expect this. Fang Ping, this kid, was really good at stirring up trouble. Old Zhang's face was full of helplessness. He was still thinking about how to break out the ultimate battle. All right, there was no need to think anymore. This time, it was 100% that the ultimate battle would break out. But if I go to Imperial Sea Mountain, what about the Forbidden Sea? Zhang Tao's head hurt again. There might be venerable demon clan roaming the Forbidden Sea. If they were not careful, then Fang Ping and the others would be cooked. But if he did not go to Imperial Sea Mountain, Warlord would be in big trouble. Damn it, when did it not appear? Why did it appear now? What is this venerable demon clan planning? At this moment, Zhang Tao could not imagine that the cat just came out to get something to eat and watch the show. He had been bored for too long. Eating snacks and watching the show was also a kind of enjoyment. Magic City's catacombs was in chaos. Jiao was scheming against the demons in the 10,000 Ants desert. The cat was waiting to watch the show. It also scared old Zhang. 10 divine generals were rushing to Hope City as reinforcements. Behind them, a large number of divine generals began to gather, waiting to enter. The 100 Beasts forest demons also began to move, rushing in the direction of Hope City. One by one, rank 9 powerhouses gathered. The moment Fang Ping and the others entered, they reacted. In the past, when a rank 9 broke out in a war, it was the devastating battle. Today, rank 9 powerhouses were innumerable. As for Fang Ping and the others, they were also fighting to their heart's content. Everyone felt that something big was about to happen. 17 rank 9 powerhouses no longer cared about their lives. They began to entangle them with all their might. They were prepared to make them stay in the 7 Southern Territory. Initially, they calculated that these catacombs rank 9s would not dare to fight with their lives. When they really could not win, Fang Ping and the others could pretend to fight with all their might and retreat from the catacombs. However, at this moment, Fang Ping noticed something unusual. These fellows did not seem to be ready to let them go. The battle at the passageway entrance was now extremely tragic. The other party still did not retreat. The true king was completely enraged. The Green Wolf King sent a message to the 7 Southern Territory. This time, if they could not make Fang Ping and the others stay, he would personally enter the 7 Southern Territory and slaughter all the powerhouses there. Chapter 820. Global High Martial Arts is asking for your opinion. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 821. At the passageway entrance, Hope City had been completely obliterated. Underground, a gigantic sinkhole formed. Should we go or not? Wu Chuan, who had slashed a crack with his sword and forced an elemental Dao monster to retreat, roared. The enemy's reinforcements seemed to be arriving soon. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Leave right now. They could still fight to the death and force these people to retreat. Evacuation was still possible. But why leave? It was not like he did not have the confidence to kill these people. I've prepared for so long for what? Isn't it just to take revenge and have a big fight? What's there to worry about? Since I'm the one who suggested it, why wouldn't I be willing to pay? Fang Ping had a trump card that he had not used for a long time. Ever since Nanyan Yue and the rest told him not to self-destruct his mentality, Fang Ping had not self-destructed his mentality since then. He had been stabilizing it, but it did not mean that he could not self-destruct. On the contrary, Fang Ping, whose mentality was close to 8,000 hertz now, self-destructing his mentality was scarier than the average rank 9 self-destruct. I dared to do it in the past, but now I don't. Isn't it just a splitting headache? Old John cut his mentality again, and nothing happened to him, right? If he self-destructed the golden house, with its current sturdiness, filled with imperishable energy, even if it could not be unleashed 100%, it was enough to blow up a rank 9. Fang Ping had always been reluctant to do this. He had invested too much in the golden house. He filled it with imperishable substances in large amounts. From start to finish, he had spent hundreds of millions of wealth points on the golden house. That was not simply a problem of 8,000 Hertz mentality. Although 8,000 Hertz mentality required 10 points to recover, it was only 80,000 wealth points. The key was that the golden house self-destructed. Fang Ping felt that unless it was a desperate situation. And now, both Fang Ping and Old Man Li were surrounded by the 3 monster plants. Wu Quishan and the others were fighting 14 rank 9 powerhouses. They had the upper hand now. But Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan had to rescue Fang Ping and the others from time to time. They could not kill their opponents. 3 monster plants. Kill these 3 monster plants. Without the 3 strongest elemental Tao powerhouses, it's more than enough for us to kill the remaining 14 people. Fang Ping's eyes flashed suddenly. Was it not just spending some time and wealth points to continue condensing the golden house? It was just an external possession. When Wu Chuan asked if they should retreat, Fang Ping barked, "I won't retreat until I kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's golden house appeared again. Fang Ping swept a glance at Old Man Li. Old Man Li seemed to know what he was about to do. His sword gleams swept in all directions, shattering the void. He laughed loudly and said, "Kill them all then!" "Everyone," Old Man Li bellowed. "Don't think that just because Fang Ping is here that we won't fight with our lives on the line. Afraid of death? If you don't fight with your life on the line, do you really think that you can reach the pinnacle through bitter cultivation? If you don't reach the pinnacle, you're still ants in the end. If you don't dare to fight to the death, how can you reach the pinnacle? Absolute apex isn't achieved by fearing death. It's achieved through life and death struggles." Old Man Li's voice was cold. Among the 11 powerhouses, other than Wang Qinghai, who had just broken through, Tianmu and Fang Ping, who had divine weapons, also had origin path abilities. There were 10 origin Daos, and several of them were top-notch experts. Unable to take down 17 rank 9s, they were all scared to death. They said that the catacombs rank 9s were afraid of death. Right now, Wu Chuan and the rest were actually the same. It was not that they were really afraid of death, but because Fang Ping was here, everyone felt that they did not have to fight so hard. Back then, Old Man Li and the other 2 fought more than 10 rank 9s and could even kill rank 9 powerhouses. When forced into a life and death situation, who would still be afraid of death? At that time, Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan were not as strong as they were now. They could even fight 1 against 3 and even suppress their opponents. What about now? Now, Wu Quishan was a lot stronger. So was Wu Chuan. He had obtained the imperishable substance that Fang Ping gave him, and his physique was also much stronger. The pressure was incomparable to before, but now he could not take down 3 rank 9s, and some of them were not even origin path. As soon as he said that, Wu Quishan, who was fighting with 2 rank 9s, suddenly had a change of expression. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "I was thinking too much. I was thinking that I can't fight too hard. I'm almost at the pinnacle. I can't die at this time. I can't hurt my foundation at this time." But in the next moment, Wu Quishan suddenly understood. Where did I get to where I am today? In the past, when I was a rank 8, I dared to fight a rank 9. Now that I'm close to the pinnacle, I no longer have the courage I had in the past. Martial artists dare to fight to the death. At this moment, Wu Quishan thought of the martial arts university's purpose. Then kill. The aura on Wu Quishan's body suddenly became stronger. A sword slashed through the air, and the void exploded. The opposite rank, 9, had just dodged when another rank, 9, also took the opportunity to throw a punch at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan did not care, exchanging injuries for lives. Let's see who dares to take the risk. Kill! Wu Quishan roared, letting the other rank, 9, hit his head, but his silhouette slashed through the air, flashing nonstop in the air, heading straight for the rank, 9, who had dodged earlier. Die! Wu Quishan swung his sword again. In the air, an incomparably huge snake appeared suddenly. Materialization condensed. The long snake was like a living creature, hissing, but the sword gleam was scorching. You, the rank 9 who was being chased, did not expect Wu Quishan to not dodge his partner's attack. Not only did he not dodge, but he also went all out, even at the cost of serious injuries, to kill him. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? This person was also furious. You're just risking your life. Do you really think we don't dare to? Kagu. This person also let out a furious roar, a dazzling glow erupting from his body. Originally, he could not shatter the void, but at this moment the nearby void was shaken to the point where tiny cracks appeared. Boom! A deafening bang was heard. The other party's golden body exploded instantly. In the void, a gush of mentality condensed rapidly. In a face-to-face confrontation, the other party's golden body exploded, leaving only the remnants of mentality. As for Wu Quishan, he was attacked from the front and the back. His golden body was also cracking, golden blood spurting out from his head, and a clear fist mark appeared on the back of his head. Die! Wu Quishan did not care at all. He had too many advantages. He was already stronger than them, and he also had a lot of imperishable substance and a rank 9 divine weapon. Under such circumstances, he should not have been unable to defeat 2 rank 9. Even if one of them was an Origin Dao, it was nothing. What he was killing was Origin Dao. If Li Chongqing can do it, why can't I, the Snake King? Wu Quishan roared in his heart. Longevity Sword's name shook the catacombs, and it came from killing. Devil King Fang Ping caught up from behind and also became the catacombs' archenemy. As for him, the Snake King Wu Quishan, he had been forgotten by the catacombs. Being famous in the catacombs was a martial artist's lifelong pursuit. He also hoped that the catacombs' 108 territories would come after him. Today, the Snake King will make a name for himself. Wu Quishan roared again. The giant snake in the sky had a sword in its mouth. The rank 9 divine weapon longsword and the giant snake merged into one. At this moment, the giant snake was swallowing and spitting out the rank 9 longsword. The moment the other party's golden body exploded, the giant snake spat out the sword like a flying sword, instantly strangling the other party's mentality, materialization. No, the person whose golden body was destroyed was also an Origin Dao powerhouse. Other than the monster Sunflower City Lord, he was the only Origin Dao powerhouse among the catacombs' martial artists. However, at this moment, the fearless Wu Quishan quickly destroyed his golden body and even wanted to annihilate his mentality. This was to completely kill him. You guys forced me to do this. At this moment, this person's mentality had already transformed into a human form. However, seeing that Wu Quishan still ignored the attack from his comrade behind him, he suddenly felt extreme despair and unwillingness. I won't let you have it easy even if I die. Boom! Crack! In the void, the giant snake had just spat out the long sword when an invisible, vibrating, light wave swept in all directions. The scales on the giant snake's body instantly shattered into countless pieces. In the blink of an eye, the giant snake became extremely dim. The other party had self-destructed. The crazed Wu Quishan was shockingly powerful. He did not hesitate to exchange his life for another's, killing an Origin Dao within 3 moves. Uffed! At this moment, Wu Quishan's mentality was also injured. The rank 9 martial artists behind him had already attacked again. However, when he saw that the Origin Dao martial artist was killed and his mentality was annihilated, this person's expression also changed drastically. He was only a weak rank 9. Just as his expression changed, Wu Quishan, whose face was covered in blood, suddenly turned his head and looked at him. The smile on his face was incomparably ferocious. A top-level Origin Dao was not as useless as one would imagine. You're going to die too. Wu Quishan did not care about what happened in the other battle circles. Fight with all your might. How can you hope to win without fighting? If you don't fight, how can you become stronger? When a martial artist reached the pinnacle, it was also to fight and kill the enemy. The meaning of a martial artist's existence was to kill the enemy, not to live forever. If everyone was afraid of death who would dare to fight, these principles that they had taught their students in the past had now been forgotten by them. The stronger one was, the more one was afraid of death. The Snake King reached the pinnacle not just to protect himself better, but to kill more enemies. In the midst of an explosion, the second rank, 9, and the first Origin Dao powerhouse had fallen. It happened in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Fang Ping also began to fight with all his might. Explode! With a loud roar, the Golden House swiftly targeted a cypress tree. At the same time Fang Ping shouted, Old Man Li was also silent. His sword moved with him. This time he did not slash a crack, nor did he slash through the air. Instead he wielded the long sword and broke through the air, heading straight for the cypress tree. He wanted to get close and kill it. Boom! The void exploded once again. The Golden House exploded directly. No. At this time, the 3 demons' mentality fluctuations were frightening. The cypress tree felt a fatal crisis. The cypress tree wanted to escape. However, its body was too big. How could it be faster than Fang Ping and Old Man Li, who were going all out? The moment Fang Ping self-destructed the Golden House, he went straight for it. One slash. Old Man Li approached first. Under the situation where the other party's branches were instantly destroyed, Old Man Li stared at the aftermath of the self-destruction. He resisted the trembling of his flesh and slashed directly at the brain core. Fang Ping, on the other hand, slashed at the heart core. Boom! 2 explosive sounds were heard. Crack! The sound of the heart core and brain core shattering was heard instantly. The heart core was the source of energy. The brain core was the source of mentality. When these 2 were shattered, there was almost no possibility of survival. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The giant cypress tree fell to the ground directly, creating a deafening sound. When the sound was heard, the battle above had already entered the next stage. The cypress tree needed time to fall to the ground. During this time, the remaining 2 demon plants were already thinking of leaving. However, Fang Ping's mentality recovered in the blink of an eye. Although the Golden House was no longer emitting golden rays, it was still extremely fierce. Explode! Boom! The void exploded again. Although it was far from the previous time where 3 demon plants were heavily injured directly, this time, the pure power of a mentality as high as 8,000 hertz could not be underestimated. Fang Ping's face was pale, but he laughed maniacally. I shouldn't have held it in. The Golden House was good for trapping the enemy, but it was not enough to kill them. These demon plants were also incomparably huge. It was difficult to trap them. Did they really think that he had no other way? Fang Ping, did not start by trapping people. Do you all think that I can only trap the enemy now? These people might have forgotten that when he was in the king battleground, he did not rely on his rank to crush them. With his rank 6 ability, he killed hundreds of rank SAXS and many rank 7s. Did he rely on trapping people? Yes, he relied on mentality self-destruction. Not only his mentality, but his golden body had also reached 7th refinement. It was extremely powerful. When Fang Ping self-destructed, he attacked Qing Zhu directly, saying sternly, I told you to leave, so stay here forever. Boom. Fang Ping did not give the other party a chance to speak. His mentality self-destructed again in the blink of an eye. The explosion sent Qing Zhu flying backward continuously. His mentality was severely damaged again. Even his consciousness was blurred. 3 times. 3 consecutive mentality self-destructs of the same level. Its body was too big, and its speed was not as fast as Fang Ping. There was no way it could avoid it. After taking 3 hits head-on, it was also getting dizzy. When the 3rd hit ended, Fang Ping was already close to it. Qing Zhu felt a fatal crisis. Just as its huge bamboo branch was about to be pulled out, boom! The 4th time, Fang Ping self-destructed his mentality again. Blood flowed from his mouth. His eyes dimmed, but he laughed ferociously. I've closed in. I'll let you have a taste of up to 60 yuan of destructive power. 7th, refinement, golden body. I can also kill Origin Dao. On Fang Ping's Changdao, the destructive power exploded to the extreme. The destructive power originated from mentality and vitality force. It also had double damage. Creak! Qing Zhu seemed to be making a real sound. It was not a mentality fluctuation. On the huge green trunk, an illusory human face was faintly discernible. It was not very clear, but it was somewhat solid. At this moment, it was full of fear and confusion. Just as it was about to use its mentality, what greeted it was another self-destruction. This time, the illusory human face collapsed completely. After all, it was not a paragon. Just now, it was only condensed subconsciously due to extreme fear. Give me a little more time. At this moment, Qing Zhu's only thought was this. Give me a little more time. Give me a chance to counterattack. Fang Ping could not kill it, but how could Fang Ping give it time? He was furious. The golden house was gone. Hundreds of millions of wealth points were wasted. In addition to the wealth points he used to condense imperishable substances for others, he had spent 400 to 500 million wealth points in total. He could not even kill a few rank 9 martial artists, 11 people against 18, and there were many powerhouses among them. Why not? 20 minutes? No, 10 minutes. Kill all these guys in 10 minutes. Destroy. After shattering Qing Zhu's mentality, Fang Ping's Changdao exploded with an incomparably dazzling golden glow. In the void, the illusion of the fallen gods appeared again. He had not used Zhang Dingnan's combat techniques for a long time. He had always relied on the golden house to trap the enemy, and when he entered, he crushed the opponent with his flesh. Now that the golden house had exploded and could not trap the enemy anymore, he did not need to trap the enemy anymore. He, Fang Ping, was not a martial artist who purely trapped people. In terms of lethality, not many people could compare to him. Others used the power of heaven and earth and the power of blood. But I used the power of destruction. This slash created a crack in the space. A crack could be created with 150,000 calories vitality, which was the level of 30 destructive force. When Fang Ping's mentality self-detonated, he purely unleashed destructive force. His strength control was not considered high. It could barely reach 50%. But now a crack was created. Opposite him, Qing Zhu had almost no reaction. Every time he gathered his mentality, Fang Ping self-detonated it, and it fell toward the ground. But Fang Ping did not give it time to fall. Before the giant Qing Zhu landed, Fang Ping's slash created a crack. The saber glow, along with the crack, slashed across the other party's heart core at the waist. Right now, Fang Ping only wanted to kill the enemy. He did not care about the preservation of the heart core and brain core. Shattering the heart core and brain core was the fastest way to kill the enemy. He did not have time to slowly erase the other party's life mark. Clang, the deafening sound of metal colliding was heard. Qing Zhu's bamboo trunk was extremely powerful. The saber glow even created some sparks on the land that could not be used to make fire. The next moment, the bamboo trunk cracked. In the next second, the crack slashed across, cutting the bamboo trunk into two. What followed was the sound of glass shattering. Lord! At this moment, Qing Zhu seemed to have sobered up. It subconsciously shouted, not the demon lord, but the Lord. It seemed to have returned to the past. In the past, it was not stationed in the outland. Instead, it followed the Lord to conquer everywhere. When the Lord was young, in order to fight for the throne, he started from scratch. He led a group of like-minded friends to conquer everywhere. They fought against the Destiny Royal Court, the Land of Rebirth, and the 10,000 Demon Royal Court. They even fought together to the Forbidden Sea, to the Land of Boundaries. They had been there. They had even gone to the innermost area of the Land of Boundaries and fought for many years. 100 years ago, Li Zhu seized the throne and sealed the world. It was arranged to go to the outland to prepare for the next battle. Now, it could not wait for the chance to fight against the Lord again. The sober Qing Zhu did not do anything else at this moment. In its abdomen, a large amount of life essence suddenly exploded. An extremely rich energy wave spread out. The sky plant military dared to fight. It dared to fight to the death. It did not forget the past. Even if it died, it would not let the enemy have it easy. Damn it! At this moment, Fong Ping cursed and retreated hurriedly. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. The ground could no longer be seen. The black pit swallowed everything. Not far away, the Forbidden Sea was roaring, as if it was ready to pour in. Hope City was originally very close to the Forbidden Sea. At this moment, Hope City had already been bombarded into a huge pit by a large number of rank 9 powerhouses. Only the last bit of coastline was still standing. Once it was broken, the entire boundary where Hope City was located would become a part of the Forbidden Sea. The rumble of the explosion resounded through heaven and earth. The 3 monster plants had fallen in a short time. Fang Ping killed Qing Zhu. Li Changxing killed Bai Shu, and Wu Quishan killed the Origin City Lord. 3 Origin Dao were killed in a row. The Catacombs martial artists were completely terrified. 7 Origin Dao. In a short time, 3 of them had died. The 3 strongest monster plants could only trap Fang Ping and the Origin City Lord. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them were killed. It was over. The monster Sunflower City Lord's face was full of despair. It was really over. Out of 18 powerhouses, for we're dead? No, 5 were dead. He was blocking Qin Yaozu's attack. At this time, the Chen family's Qin 7 was quietly fighting a weak rank 9 monster. He suddenly self-destructed his divine weapon, severely injuring the other party. Then, with a slap, the monster's giant head was smashed into pieces. Origin Dao against a weak rank 9, self-destructing his divine weapon to severely injure the other party. This was at all costs, just to kill the enemy quickly. How could a weak rank 9 monster withstand it? Rumble! The giant monster's carcass fell again, crashing into the black hole below. 5 now. 13 against 11. The other party was unharmed. The only losses were Fang Ping's Golden House and Qin 7's rank 9 divine weapon. Gopher, let's go. At this time, a castle and powerhouse suddenly roared, communicating with a rat monster. 1 man and 1 monster, together, beat Guoshenquan back, turned around and ran. He was going to run. No matter how angry the Green Wolf King and the rest were, he was going to run. If worst came to worst, he would not be the Castellan anymore. Or he could rendezvous with the reinforcements and come back. He did not want to die here. 13. 3 Essence Daos had perished. How could they fight? The other party had 11 people. Among them, 10 had Origin Dao combat strength. There were also a few who were extremely powerful. There was no need to wait for 10 minutes. If this went on, they would all be wiped out in 3 minutes. The Land of Rebirth was more terrifying than they expected, especially Fang Ping, who self-detonated his mentality time and time again. It could be said that the 2 monster plants of essence had died under his mentality self-detonation. Even Origin, Tao, could not withstand it. If Fang Ping self-destructed twice, a weak rank 9 like him would definitely suffer heavy mentality damage. There was no hope of escape. He might as well run now. No one wanted to die. He did not want to either. The true king had promised to resurrect them after conquering the land of rebirth. Could he really do it? If they died in the land of rebirth, there was still hope for resurrection. But now there was obviously no hope. Previously, they were pressured by the true king. Now they were just waiting for death here. They might not die if they ran. You guys, Monster Sunflower City's castellan was currently entangled by Wu Chuan. Seeing this, he was terrified. They could not run. There was still hope for the 13 of them, but the other 2 had run away. The gopher was an essence Tao demonic beast, and now it was 11 against 11. Only 3 of them were essence Tao experts. There was no way they could stop it. One-on-one, they would definitely lose. Hold on for a while more. Monster Sunflower Cities, castellan roared. Even if they had to run, they had to defeat them first and escape together. Now that these 2 had left, what about the others? He was still shouting. Guo Shenquan did not hesitate at all. He was so straightforward that it was shocking. He retreated directly, turned around, and charged toward Guanfu. Guanfu was currently dealing with another Origin Tao monster beast. As long as they joined forces to kill this Origin Tao monster beast, only Monster Sunflower City's castellan and the only monster plant would be left. At this time, Fang Ping had already joined forces with Li Chongqing to attack. Fang Ping began to self-detonate his mentality again. Self-detonation was still the best. Even if Fang Ping's head was about to explode, he was still screaming in his heart. It was still this good. I'm the main attacker, not the trapper. Explode! 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 Fang Ping roared 3 times in a row. His mentality self-detonated 3 times. After he self-detonated 3 times, Old Man Li's long sword slashed 3 times in a row. In the end, the unknown monster flower did not even have time to self-detonate. It was cut into dozens of pieces and fell to the ground. A large amount of life essence spilled out directly, but Fang Ping did not care. If it was scattered, so be it. At this time, he did not care about this. A few hundred caddies of life essence was not as satisfying as killing a few more people. The 3 monster plants were extremely powerful, but under his unlimited cheating, they self-detonated nearly 10 times in a row. In the blink of an eye, they were killed by him and Li Chongqing on the spot. Victory was decided. In this battle, it did not matter how many people came to help. Fang Ping even had the urge to self-detonate all the way to Mount Royal Sea. He wanted to see how the true king and the others fought. When he achieved the peak, he would self-detonate as well. Let's see who could stop him then. Chapter 822. The battle at the entrance of the passageway had already turned into a frenzy. When the reckless Fang Ping went crazy, even he was afraid of himself. 3 monster plants were killed, the Heaven's Mandate Bloodlines Essence Tao City Lord was killed, an Essence Tao Monster Beast, and a weak grade 9 City Lord escaped, and 2 weak grade 9 City Lords were killed. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the 18 rank 9s were dead and 2 had fled. There were only 10 rank 9s left. The Monster Sunflower City Lord could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He roared, "Let's join forces and repel them. Retreat to the back." There were still 10 rank 9s coming to help from the rear. He couldn't hold them back any longer. If this continued, they would all die. They had thought that they would definitely win. They had thought that they could wait for reinforcements from the rear, but it was too late. Retreat! Fang Ping roared, "Don't even think about retreating. Let's see if you can bring me to the afterlife by self-detonating together." As soon as he said that, a large amount of imperishable substance appeared in Fang Ping's hands, tossing it in all directions, roaring, "Using destructive force to fight? How troublesome! Don't be frugal." "Ha ha ha! Then I won't stand on ceremony." Chen Yaozu burst out laughing suddenly. The golden light on his body was so intense that it could not be any more intense. He caught the imperishable mass of matter that Fong Ping had thrown at him. Actually, Fong Ping had given it to him before, but he could not bear to use it. At this moment, Fong Ping once again took out a large amount of imperishable substance. Chun Yaozu no longer hesitated. I've done a good deed. The more I live, the more I'm regressing. A person who was a few hundred years old couldn't even compare to these little fellows. Shao Qi had already killed a monster. I haven't reached the pinnacle for hundreds of years. What I lack is hot-bloodedness. Perhaps time has really made me lose my way. In the new martial era, many martial artists had stepped into the pinnacle, or were about to step into the pinnacle. But in the hundreds of years of the Zhenxing era, other than the 13 old ancestors and Li Zhen who reached the pinnacle of the new martial era, everyone else was still in 9th stage rank 9. How many years has it been since he stepped into the origin Tao? More than 150 years. 150 years ago, he had stepped onto the origin Tao. 150 years later, he had walked 700 meters on the origin Tao, which was comparable to Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan. Perhaps he was slightly higher, but there was a limit to how high he could go. After more than 150 years, many people had already lived through 2 lifetimes. Father, if the Li clan can produce a second absolute pinnacle, then the Chen clan can too. For Yaozu to be able to get to know these elites of the neo-martial era, perhaps it's the cycle of karma. My son's dead end is in the neo-martial era. Chen Guiyang and the Xin family's old ancestor started the new martial era, but they did not receive much help. On the contrary, it allowed Zhang Tao, Li Zhen, and the others to explode with glory in the neo-martial era. The Chen family patriarch's battle prowess wasn't considered strong, and he was considered weak among those at the pinnacle. In fact, he was still very envious of the Li family, Zhang family, and other families. Not only were they powerful themselves, but their descendants were also extremely powerful. Most of the Battle King's descendants were dead. Otherwise, there might really be hope for the second generation to reach the apex. But now, there weren't many descendants of the Battle King. But that crazy guy Jiang Hao might still have a chance. In fact, many people still thought highly of Jiang Hao. Let's fight to our heart's content. So what if he died? If one did not reach the pinnacle, once the battle began, they would still be ants. My father's battle prowess is on the weaker side, so he might be the first to fall. At this moment, Qin Yaozu's mind was filled with countless thoughts. In the next moment, a sharp aura erupted from his body. The old man, who was a few hundred years old, looked lethargic before, but at this moment, he was like a sharp sword that had been sharpened. Attack! The old man roared. In the void, an incomparably huge attack. Word appeared in the blink of an eye. Qin family's absolute art. Star-suppressing cities' 13 families each had their own absolute arts, and they all condensed the word transform. Heavenly King subduing suppress and heaven were both offensive Daos. The Yang family's kill formula and the Zhang family's destroy formula. The Chen family's attack formula, only attacking and not defending. Father, you haven't improved for many years. Maybe it's because you're at odds with the source Tao. You're the main attacker, but you've been defending Imperial Sea Mountain for hundreds of years. How can you truly comprehend the great Tao? Battle King is the main attacker. For many years, he has provoked the true monarchs from time to time. There are constant battles, and the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. Sword King is the main attacker, and he is also constantly sharpening his sword in battle. Li Zhen is the main attacker, and the military is the main attacker. Nan Yunyu is the main attacker. Countless thoughts filled Qin Yaozu's mind. Qin family attack. Father's Tao might be wrong. I've also been wrong for hundreds of years. I shouldn't have followed Father's Tao. I should have walked my own Tao. The moment the attack word appeared, killing intent shook the sky. At this moment, the attack formula was even more murderous than the Yang family's kill formula. Die. No. Chen Yaozu's opponents were a demon and a human, both weak rank 9s. At this moment, both of them were facing the equally crazy Chen Yaozu. They instantly felt an immense crisis of death. Li Changxing felt that, among everyone present, the only one whose offensive power was stronger than his was Chen Yaozu. Even Air Wu could not compare. In reality, Chen Yaozu was the strongest among the 11. Wu Quishan could kill a weak rank 9s when facing an origin Dao, let alone Chen Yaozu. In the bounded domain, he had also killed many rank 9s, including King Feng's 2 origin Dao sons, both of whom were killed by him. Feng Jiuqing was one of them. However, he was used to others taking the initiative to attack, and he would defend and counterattack. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack. Rumble! In the void, a giant dragon appeared. It was the manifestation of the origin Dao. The giant dragon suddenly appeared under Chen Yaozu's feet. At first, it seemed to be only tens of meters long. However, at this moment, Chen Yaozu went all out, not concealing anything. The giant dragon suddenly expanded. 100 meters, 200 meters, 800 meters. It covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, the giant dragon seemed to be growing continuously. No! A desperate roar was heard again. Chen Yaozu actually broke through in the midst of battle. His origin, Dao, had taken another step forward. Rumble! Similarly, Chen Yaozu used a sword. The giant dragon circled, merging into the long sword in the blink of an eye. With a sweep of the sword, the void exploded. A huge crack appeared, sweeping across the 2 rank 9s. One human and one demon, without saying a word, fled for their lives. In the past, Zhang Tao's clone killed 2 weak rank 9s with one punch. In reality, the clone's combat power was far from the current Chen Yaozu. Chen Yaozu was used to defending, always taking hits passively. At this time, he took the initiative to attack. His origin, Dao, broke through again, increasing his combat power even more. The sword tore through space. The sword gleam and the attack word merged, exploding with a shocking murderous aura, charging toward the 2 rank 9s. Although the giant dragon under his feet did not possess offensive power, it seemed to have a special effect. Fan Ping had seen it once before. Chen Yaozu could directly appear from one end of the giant dragon to the other. This time was no exception. The 800-meter-long giant dragon circled between heaven and earth. The 2 rank 9s had just turned to flee. Before the attack from behind arrived, Chen Yaozu suddenly appeared in the direction of their escape. The sword struck again, a pincer attack. His speed was so fast that it could not be any faster. Green Wolf King! 2 rank 9s. The city lord roared, unable to conceal the fear in his eyes. This was not what the true king had expected. The longevity sword was very strong. The Snake King was very strong. The Southern Guardian was very strong. Fan Ping was also very strong. However, no one had ever said that Chen Yaozu was very strong. He did not even know this fellow. However, this fellow was actually the strongest among all of them. He was even stronger than the longevity sword. He was only a weak rank 9. If he had known that the other party was so strong, he would not have faced him. Definitely not. Previously, the other party was gentle and slow. He thought that he could handle him. However, at this moment, he regretted it. It was too late. The 2 void cracks in front and behind covered them directly. There was no way to escape. Green Wolf King, you lied to me. The city lord was extremely indignant. The true King Hull had lied to them. Initially, they had agreed that there would be no mistakes this time. How did this happen? They were all dead. They were all dead. Before the reinforcements arrived, the Green Wolf King actually asked them to fight to the death, to entangle the other party and not let the other party retreat. Now, the reinforcements could only wait for death. Ha ha ha! All of you shall die together! The person's body was sliced and disappeared in an instant. However, his mentality was screaming shrilly. Beside him, half of the huge monster's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. It also roared in fear, wanting to escape, but it welcomed Chen Yaozu's third slash. Die. Bang. An explosion was heard. Half of the monster's body was directly blown up. The space crack from the explosion was even bigger. Beside him, the city lord, who was left with only his mentality, was affected and instantly destroyed. 3 slashes, 2 weak rank 9s were killed. The Chen family's Chen Yaozu. Qin Yaozu? At this moment, many people were shocked. At Imperial Sea Mountain, Battle King seemed to have seen something. He was extremely shocked. Old Devil Qin was a coward. His son had always been a coward. When he fought Junior Battle King, he thought that this kid had the life of a good guy. In the end, the other party actually exploded at a few hundred years old. Battle King was about to go crazy. What was up with this kid? He was already a few hundred years old. Why did he suddenly change his personality? CKME. Don't tell me this kid can become a paragon? Battle King was shocked. Not far away, the Green Wolf King's expression was so gloomy that it could drip water. He suddenly shouted, "You guys go and gather the 2 big Demon Clan Forbidden Lands Monster Kings. Go together." At this time, the Green Wolf King was worried. The 10 divine generals who went later still needed some time to get here. He also did not expect that these MCMAU rank 9s would be so powerful. They killed 8 in an instant. This was only the beginning of the battle. 8 of them had died and 2 had escaped. Gophers, how dare you? Quickly go and gather the god generals. If you dare to run again, I will kill you today. The Green Wolf King was also furious. 2 god generals actually ran away. This made him extremely angry. Otherwise, they would not have been so fast. Now it was over. The remaining 8 god generals at the passageway entrance would die if they did not leave. Although the Green Wolf King wanted them to hold on for a while longer, he knew that there was no hope now. They could not stop them now. If the MCMAU people wanted to run, they could not stop them. They could only bet that they would not run. Monster Sunflower, all of you retreat. Quickly go and gather the others. The Green Wolf King still made a decision. Let the remaining god generals retreat. If they did not retreat, they would all die in vain. Retreat? The monster Sunflower City Lord's face was full of despair. How could they retreat? Chen Yaozu killed 2 rank 9s with 1 slash. Fang Ping and Li Chuan killed 3 monster plants in the blink of an eye. Qin Qi killed his opponent. Gua, Xingquan's opponent, escaped. Wu Quishan was currently suppressing the weak rank 9 city lord. After a while, he might also kill the other party. At this moment, Fang Ping, Li Changxing, Qin Yaozu, and Qin Qi were all free. 11 people against 8. It was reversed. Fang Ping was already charging toward Wu Quishan. After dealing with the weak rank 9, the powerhouse Wu Quishan would be free. When that time came, if they came and met up with Wu Chuan, he would have no way out. The true kings have underestimated them. The monster Sunflower City Lord had a thought. Then he roared loudly, "Sir, enter and save us." As soon as he said that, a few other powerhouses also yelled loudly, "Sir, please have mercy, sir. Save our lives." They could not hold on any longer. 18 of them were no match for 11 powerhouses, not to mention 8 of them now. It was hard for them to escape. Just as Wu Quishan's opponent was about to run, Fang Ping's mentality self-detonated. The weak rank 9 was stunned for a moment. During this moment, Wu Quishan chopped off the other party's head with 1 slash. Even his mentality was destroyed. He could not run. 7 spots. Only 7 left. For demonic beasts and 3 city lords. 7 monsters. 2 of them were origins. 1 had escaped, and the other was being killed by Gua Shengquan and Guanfu. Chun Chi and Chun Yaozu had killed 2 monsters each. Now, there were only 7 of them left. The monster Sunflower City Lord was fighting against Wu Chuan, while Guan Fu and Guoshenquan were fighting against an elemental Dao demonic beast. As for the remaining 5, Tianmu, Wang Qinghai, and Mei Lingfeng were fighting against each other. Among them, Mei Lingfeng was an elemental Dao expert, and the others all had divine weapons in their hands. 5 weak rank 9s could not break out of the encirclement for a while. Li Changsheng, Wu Quishan, Fang Ping, Qin Yaozu, and Qin Qi. These 5 top-notch powerhouses had actually met up. There were no more opponents. It was too fast. Everything was developing too fast. It was unbelievably fast. The monster Sunflower City Lord was running. Wu Chuan, on the other hand, was furious. He roared, "You guys help the others. He's mine." He, the guardian of the South, the powerhouse who was known as the second most powerful person under the Paragon, actually did not succeed. Wu Quishan and the others actually rushed over to his side. What was the meaning of this? Tianmu and the other 2 were attacking 5 people. Instead of helping, they came to his side? Don't come. If I don't kill the monster Sunflower City Lord today, I won't have the face to call myself a top-notch rank 9 in the future. D*MN Beast. Why aren't you being killed by me yet? Wu Chuan roared. The monster Sunflower City Lord was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Did he really have to be killed by you? However, the Wu Chuan at this moment was really furious. He had a title that he never used, Emerald Light Sword. When he really went berserk, the sword would emit emerald light. However, this had not happened to Wu Chuan for a long time. He could already control this situation and this anomaly. At this moment, Wu Chuan no longer had the intention to control it. In the blink of an eye, the space between him and the monster Sunflower City Lord was covered by green light. He wanted to kill this guy. Not far away, Fang Ping roared sternly, "Kill them. Go and kill their reinforcements. Today, I'll make sure that there are no rank 9s in Magic City catacombs." Breaking a broken pot. My golden house has already self-destructed anyway. What else is there to care about? In this battle, I'll kill all the rank 9s. I want to see how many rank 9s there are in the catacombs. The true king's attack was inevitable. This time, since everything was ready, then let's kill. As for the true king, I'll leave it to old Zhang and the rest. Old man Li did not care about Wu Chuan at all. He shouted. Fang Ping continued to self-destruct. Tianmu, all of you hide. This was even more satisfying to kill. Previously, he trapped one, then killed it, then trapped it again, then killed it again. How troublesome. The other party could still fight back. It was much better now. After Fang Ping self-destructed a few times, he could blow people silly. Fang Ping, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and glared at him. "Don't snatch my meat." He could have killed that flower previously. This old man insisted on snatching his prey, so he killed it. Based on the current battle results, Old Man Li had killed 2 rank 9 monster plants and 1 weak rank 9. Fang Ping had only killed 1 rank 9 monster plant alone. His battle results were far from his. Rotten old man who stole credit. If you steal it again, I'll blow you up next time. Detonate again. Fang Ping withstood the power of self-destruction and charged toward Tianmu and the rest in an instant. At this moment, these 5 catacombs, rank 9s, did not hesitate at all. They completely ignored Tianmu and the rest's attacks, turning tail and running. One of the monsters and a rank 9 city lord ran directly toward the Forbidden Sea. Running to the Forbidden Sea and waiting for death was better than dying here. They might not die if they went, but they would definitely die if they did not. As for the other 3, they were not so lucky. 8 powerhouses joined forces to attack. Chun, Yaozu, Wu Quishan, and Li Changxing all had the ability to kill them instantly. 2 of them ran away. The remaining 3 had no chance to run. Kill. These 3, 2 city lords and 1 monster, were also incomparably crazy. They did not care about Fang Ping and the rest anymore. Instead, they endured the pain of mentality explosion and charged toward Wang Qinghai. This guy was the weakest. Even if they died, they would bring him along. Wang Qinghai's face turned green. Was it easy to bully the weak? 3 rank 9s were at death's door, and they actually wanted to drag him along. Wang Qinghai was about to fight when Chen Yaozu suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" Wang Qinghai retreated, subconsciously. As soon as he retreated, the monster's personality was also extremely fierce. The moment it approached him, it self-destructed directly. Boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded again. Wang Qinghai flew a long distance backward. His golden body broke instantly, his face full of grief and indignation. "Bully! Mother***her, I'm a little weak, but there are so many people surrounding you. Don't catch me and self-destruct." Fortunately, Fang Ping gave him a lot of imperishable substances. His golden body began to recover rapidly. Once this monster died, it was 8 against 2. No, 7 against 2. Wang Qinghai did not have time to recover from his injuries and rushed to help. Among the 7 powerhouses, Fang Ping took the lead. He did not care whether his head would explode or not. Once again, he exploded his mentality twice in a row. The power of the mentality self-explosion made the 2 weak rank 9s dizzy. As for Fang Ping, a golden glow shot out from his mouth. Blood arrow technique. The golden glow penetrated one of the people's skull directly. Then, another golden glow shot out violently, piercing the other party's heart. Just as he was about to attack the other person, Tian Mu suddenly roared, "You should give me one." Having said that, he blasted out a punch. The other party's head exploded directly. Tian Mu, then, heaved a sigh of relief. They were almost done. At least give me one, or else it would be really embarrassing this time. Wang Qinghai did not have a head in hand. This guy was the worst. He did not want to team up with him. 4 escaped and 12 were killed. Fang Ping knew the remaining Monster Sunflower City's lord and the origin Dao monster. It was the Phoenix monster from West Phoenix City. At this moment, the Phoenix monster screeched sharply. It was over. It was finished. It was being suppressed by Gua Xingquan and Guanfu. It could not escape for a while. At this moment, the Phoenix suddenly used mentality to send a voice transmission. "Spare me! Spare me! Surrender!" The Phoenix monster wanted to surrender. It did not want to die. "I have never killed a martial artist who resurrected, have never killed." The Phoenix's voice was actually a female voice. At this time, it hurriedly begged for mercy. The reinforcements had not arrived yet. The people were almost all killed. That group of trash could not help it at all. Instead, they were holding it back. Fang Ping could not be bothered with it. He said, "Quickly, Vice-Chancellor, you guys go after the 2 fellows who escaped to the Forbidden Sea." For escaped. The gopher and the city lord ran to the back of the catacombs. There were many god generals there. It was difficult to kill them. However, the 2 at the back ran in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. The other party might not dare to enter the Forbidden Sea. They could still be chased in the periphery. Even if they could not be killed, they must be forced to enter the Forbidden Sea. Without another word, Wu Quishan led Chun 7 and chased in that direction, quickly. Seeing that, Qin Yaozu also did not say a word. He led Mei Lingfeng in the direction of the Guan and Fu duo. The outcome was determined. At least the outcome here was determined. 18 rank 9s. 12 were killed in the blink of an eye. Everyone's injuries were not serious. They could fight with all their strength. And the turning point of all this was when Yu Fangping gave up on the Golden House. He stopped trapping the enemy and self-destructed to kill the enemy. This guy was terrifying. Wu Quishan and the others' outburst was also an important point. These few top rank 9s were also provoked. Li Changsheng laughed loudly. "Senior, you can't do it. Today, We brothers will avenge old Huang." Among the three of them, old Huang died in battle. Today we will take revenge. Although Wu Chuan was sullen, it was indeed difficult for him to take down the monster Sunflower City's city lord. He shouted immediately, "Come!" Boom! He had just finished speaking when he suddenly staggered. The monster Sunflower City's city lord's face was deathly pale. He directly self-destructed most of his mentality. Without another word, he pushed Wu Chuan back, turned around, and ran. Even if his mentality was seriously injured this time, it was still better than death. He had been waiting for an opportunity. When Wu Chuan let his guard down for a moment just now, he finally seized the opportunity. Damn it! Wu Chuan was furious. He had really embarrassed himself this time. The others' opponents were all killed. He, a top rank 9, was fighting one person, and the opponent actually ran away. "Senior, don't chase!" Fang Ping suddenly roared, stopping Wu Chuan. There were still strong enemies behind, and there were many of them. Now everyone needed to adjust slightly. They could not let Wu Chuan chase after them. At least, they had to wait for old Wu and the rest to return. "Spare me!" The phoenix monster let out a shrill scream. It could not take it anymore. It was the only one left. If it was not spared, it would definitely die, and it would be in an instant. No one knew what it was thinking. The phoenix monster suddenly roared telepathically, "Demon race Phoenix Sparrow, same race. I lured Ji Yao here and ambushed her." This phoenix at this time did not care so much. "Spare me, I'll lure the Phoenix Sparrow, and Ji Yao here for you to kill. Don't kill me." It was the same race as the Phoenix Sparrow. However, the true Phoenix King of the demon race was the Phoenix Sparrow's direct blood relative. It was not. Although it was the same race as the Phoenix Sparrow, their relationship was still a little distant. But no matter what, everyone was the same race. It was confident that it could lure the Phoenix Sparrow and the rest here. If Fang Ping and the rest wanted to kill Ji Yao and the Phoenix Sparrow, then they could let it go. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. This fellow was the same race as the Phoenix Sparrow? Moreover, the demon race would rather die than surrender. Why was this fellow so afraid of death? Fang Ping frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Chop off its wings, cripple its golden body, leave it with one last breath." "No, cut the crap. If you don't want to die, then do it. Keep one last breath. If it's valuable, I'll save you. If it's not, then die. Choose now, I'll only count to 3. Agree. The Phoenix monster seemed to have known that he was going to count to 3. Without another word, it directly broke both its wings. In the blink of an eye, its aura dropped a lot. Either way, it was going to die. Right now, it could only seek survival in the face of death. Fang Ping sneered. Wu Quishan and the rest were even more straightforward. They punched and kicked. In the blink of an eye, the other party's golden body exploded, leaving only a broken golden body and a weak mentality. Although it was not dead, at this time, the Phoenix monster no longer had any combat strength. It was very similar to Wu Quishan and the rest, almost dying. 5 minutes. Fang Ping blurted out suddenly. Everyone looked at each other. Then a burst of earth-shattering laughter was heard. In 5 minutes, 12 rank 9s were killed, 5 escaped, and 1 was captured alive. Almost half of the 18 rank 9s were killed by them. They were completely defeated. Only Wang Qinghai was affected by the self-explosion, and his injuries were not light. Chun, 7, lost his rank, 9 divine weapon. Fang Ping felt a little anxious. The 7th grand aunt of the Qin family was very hot-tempered. If he waited for a while, he would not have to waste the rank 9 divine weapon. He did not know if someone reminded him that Fang Ping would pay for the self-explosion of the divine weapon. Sigh. Fang Ping sighed helplessly. He glanced at the phoenix. It was the only one that was captured alive. Perhaps it was Chun Vii's new divine weapon. Chapter 8:23. In the direction of the Forbidden Sea. A big cat's head floated up. I want to eat it." At this moment, the big cat's face was full of anticipation. It wanted to eat meat. All the monsters in the Forbidden Sea had run away. Its aura could not be sensed from the outside world. After it killed a rank 9 monster in the Forbidden Sea, the rest had run away. However, about 30 li ahead there were many monsters and monster plants in the big black hole. They could be eaten. Fan Ping and the rest had killed many monsters and fallen into the black hole. Fan Ping did not have time to pick them up. At this moment the big cat was tempted. So hungry. Moreover, it had not eaten monster plants for a long time. The fruits were delicious. The flowers were delicious too. The flowers and plants in the grotto heaven were not as delicious as the monster plants. The only rank 9 monster plant in the boundary zone was actually raised by itself. It was too embarrassed to eat it. Moreover, it did not bear fruits or flowers. The cat's head floated up, looking at the black hole in the distance. Suddenly it had an idea. Perhaps it could drill a hole underground and divert the Forbidden Sea seawater over. It would follow the seawater in and eat those. Yes, I'm a genius. The cat was satisfied. It had an idea. It wanted to eat that flower the most. It looked delicious and had a lot of life essence. Of course, this was the bejeweled nectar it was talking about. Monster plants were meant to provide them with the bejeweled nectar. In the past, the monster plant outside the boundary zone would be used to build a house. Dig a small river and follow the seawater. The cat did what it thought. 30 li was not far. It was a super powerhouse after all. It was just that far and there was so much to eat. Digging a hole was worth it. Just a moment after entering the Forbidden Sea, the cat suddenly floated up and looked at the coast, its big face full of surprise. Sending food to me? Strange, strange. There was a monster that looked like a mouse in front. It also liked to eat this. Mouse meat was very tender. Back in the day, it had a huge mine and raised many mine rats. It did not use the mine itself and used it to raise the mine rats. They tasted especially delicious. Unfortunately, it had only raised a rank 7 rat. It was said that a rank 9 mine rat tasted so delicious that it made emperors drool. It's not a mine rat. The cat suddenly felt a tinge of regret. It made sense. Mine rats were not aggressive monsters, so it would be difficult for them to reach rank 9. However, it was better than nothing. It was still a mouse and could be eaten. The cat did not care anymore. It dug a hole and drew the seawater over. It happened to dig a hole in that direction. So it killed and ate the seawater along the way. The demons in the impasse realm, just for the sake of digging holes, were really fast to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, the cat popped its head out less than 20 miles away from the big hole in Hope City. Under the ground, the seawater rose up and began to corrode the surroundings. At this moment, the man and the demon ran over. There were quite a lot of rat-type demon beasts. The gopher that had run away earlier was also an elemental Dao demon rat. This one wasn't an elemental Dao rat, it was only a weak 9th grade one. The cat looked around. I'm just sticking my head out. No one will care, right? Just for a while. I'll retreat as soon as I catch him. How troublesome. This place is my back garden. Why should I be so careful? The cat was a little unhappy. This was its territory. Not only was it occupied by someone now, it could not even appear. It was really frustrating. It did not think anymore. When the man and the mouse escaped at high speed, the man and the demon had just passed by the sky where the cat was. The next moment, a furry tail lashed out with a smack. Bang! The rank 9 castellan turned into dust directly, as if he had never appeared. The demon beast, on the other hand, was curled up by the cat's tail. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared on the spot. After about 3 seconds, Wu Quishan and Qin Chi arrived. Wu Quishan was shocked. Where was he? Where was the demon? He disappeared suddenly. 3 seconds. Both of them saw the man and the demon escaping in front of them just now. Then, in a blur, they were gone. The man and the demon were gone. 2 rank 9s. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. What happened? Wu Quishan was shocked to the point of fear. Absolute Peak. Absolute Peak had definitely made a move. He believed that the man and the demon were not hiding. The other party did not have Fang Ping's ability and could not hide their auras. Now, their auras had completely disappeared. No, there was a bloody smell in the void. Wu Quishan looked around, his expression extremely serious. It seemed like someone had died. The rank 9 golden body was turned into dust directly. He reached out and scooped. A small drop of golden blood appeared in his hand. Other than that, there was nothing else. 2 rank 9s were gone, just like that under their noses. Wu Quishan looked down quickly. The big hole at the bottom was filled by the cat. However, Wu Quishan still felt that something was amiss. With a face full of vigilance, he looked at Qin Chi, his eyes full of uncertainty. Qin Chi did not make a sound. Instead, he landed carefully. After waiting for a while, seeing that everything was fine, he punched the ground carefully. Rumble, the soil collapsed, revealing a river ditch, like a tributary of the taboo sea in the bounded zone. This was an undercurrent. Qin Chi's expression changed drastically. The taboo sea was expanding. This undercurrent, where did it lead to? Wu Quishan saw this scene too. He said in horror, "Flight step!" Even without his reminder, Qin Chi was also afraid. He hurriedly flight step and said quickly, "There's an undercurrent in the taboo sea." 2 rank 9s disappeared instantly. There might be a taboo sea demon clan appearing. Did you see it just now? A tail. It should be. Both of them looked at each other. Then Wu Quishan's expression changed drastically. He said, "Go back quickly. This undercurrent seems to be leading to Hope City." This was trouble. They blasted Hope City and created a huge hole. Now the seawater was flowing backward. Maybe it was heading toward Hope City. If they did not go back now, the thing in the sea might appear under their feet. Danger. Great danger. Wu Quishan was terrified. A large number of human powerhouses had gathered there now. Once the venerable Glory Demon Clan killed their way there, would Zhang Tao be able to rescue them in time? No one had expected the venerable Glory Demon Clan. It was definitely a paragon. 2 rank 9s were killed in the blink of an eye. This was not even a weak paragon. A weak paragon could also kill a weak rank 9 easily. However, Wu Quishan felt that it should not be to this extent. When King Huai killed the Jiao, he could not kill the Jiao with a punch from a distance. Both of them were very worried. They could not care about anything else and hurried back. Underground, in the undercurrent, the cat roasted the rat happily and skewered it. Now it was just short of a drink. With the skewered and drink, then it could almost watch the show quietly. Where did the drink come from? Of course, it was the life essence. 3 monster plants. The green bamboo self-destructed. The cypress tree and the flowers did not. They all fell. Although the life essence had begun to dissipate, there was still some left. I have to be faster than them. These 2 fellows have gone back. Maybe they took my nectar. The cat could not care less about eating the rat meat now. He dug a hole first. While digging a hole in an uninhabited place, draining the seawater, the cat thought about the 2 people in the sky just now. Both of them are martial artists who have stepped into the origin martial arts. One of them has gone very far. Is this what humans are like now? They seem quite powerful. The cat muttered. In the past, these martial artists were only 1 step away from true God. They were usually in closed-door cultivation. Once they were in closed-door cultivation, they would be hundreds of years old. Humans nowadays were still fighting at this level. It was really tough. But they feel so weak. They don't know how to fight at all. They don't even know how to fight like me. Also, why do they have to fight on the ground? Isn't it better to drag them into the origin space to fight? The ground is broken. These fellows fight every day. They don't even fight in the origin space. They always fight outside. How annoying. The ash cat was a little unhappy. Its territory had been taken away. Now it had become the Forbidden Sea. They could obviously fight in the origin space. It was so convenient. They had to fight on the ground. They fought until they were bloody. How annoying. The cat killed 2 rank 9s with a slap of its tail. At the same time, in Hope City's direction, Fong Ping's expression changed. The place was not far. He could actually sense the situation over there. The 2 rank 9s' auras disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why did they disappear? Dead. Not only Fong Ping, but Wu Chuan and the rest also looked over there. Chun Yaozu looked shocked. He suddenly said, "It seems like a powerhouse attacked." One could imagine how powerful the powerhouse he mentioned was. Everyone's expression changed. Fong Ping said bitterly, "Absolute peak." Possible. Chun Yaozu's expression was solemn. Then he said in a low voice, "Let's go first." "No," before Fong Ping could finish, Chun Yaozu shouted, "Leave this place first." It seems like something happened in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. After passing through the passageway, Martial Kings can enter at any time. We will be safe enough. After saying this, Fong Ping could only say, "Wait for the Vice-Chancellor and the rest. They will be back soon. Oh, right, I'll keep the monster beasts and monster plants. We will leave together later." He was about to land on the ground. In the distance, Wu Quishan saw that he was about to land and shouted suddenly, "It's dangerous underground. Don't go down." Well, Lala, Wu Quishan had just finished shouting when suddenly a large amount of seawater seemed to have broken through the barrier in the underground pit, gushing into the big hole. Fong Ping was shocked. However, he had also landed on the ground. He could already see the corpses of the monsters in the pit. The corpses of 2 monster plants and 2 monster beasts. 7 monsters. 2 rats ran away. The phoenix begged for mercy. The other 4 were all killed. However, Chun Yaozu blew up the monster directly. The other one self-destructed, injuring Wang Qinghai. Only the 2 demonic beasts were still intact and had already fallen to the ground. 2 monsters, 2 monster plants, and 4 rank 9 monsters. Although their heart and brain cores were not complete, some were completely shattered. However, the corpses of rank 9 monsters were very precious. Not to mention the cypress that was killed first, there was a 100% chance that its life essence survived. Fong Ping saw a few monster corpses right under his nose. He wanted to take them away before leaving. However, just as he was about to use his mentality to move them, in the next second, something happened that made Fong Ping's jaw drop. A huge furry head suddenly appeared. It poked its head out, looking at Fong Ping with its big eyes. Then, ignoring him, it opened its mouth and inhaled. The few monster corpses disappeared in the blink of an eye. The cat wanted to dive into the water and leave. After thinking for a while, it suddenly raised its head and flashed a big smile at Fong Ping. "Mine. Although it seems like you guys killed them, they're mine now." Not only that, there was actually another reason why it did not leave now. I saw a big bird. I want to eat bird meat. It tastes really good. The cat raised its paw and pointed at the captured phoenix in the sky. A skewer appeared in its hand. Fong Ping looked at it and was terrified again. The monster that ran just now. It was a skewer. In the blink of an eye. It had become a skewer. Clang, clang, clang. The phoenix monster was so frightened that its cries were so rapid that it was fatal. "No, no, don't look at me. So scary. So dangerous." A cat that appeared out of nowhere seemed to want to eat it. It had seen some true king monsters in the Guardian Palace, but none of them seemed to bring as much fear to it as this cat. It was too scary. Even if it was just a glance, the phoenix monster was also scared out of its wits. It would die. "Don't eat me." As it screamed, Fong Ping suddenly turned around and ran. He was scared too. What the hell? His spoils of war were snatched away by a monster that he suspected to be at the peak. What kind of monster is this? Only its head was exposed. Its head was too big. Fong Ping could not recognize what it was at first. but it did not stop him from being afraid of death. Run. As for the spoils of war, who cared? What was going on today? He ran. The others did not say a word and fled one after another. Danger! The underground pit was almost turning into a lake. The cat felt a little regretful. Why did he run? He did not say that he had to eat it. He was just asking for his opinion. At this moment, the passageway vortex was right above his head. The cat's big head looked curiously, then suddenly shuddered. Something was wrong. It felt like someone was staring at him, right on the opposite side of the passageway. Run. The cat did not hesitate either. It snatched the spoils of war, dived into the water, and was about to run. Just as it was about to run, a subtle wave of mentality fluctuated. Don't be shy. This wave of mentality was too weak. Even a rank 9 might not be able to sense it, even if it was within reach. However, the cat heard it. It did not care about Wu Quishan and Qin Chi, who were frantically escaping from its side. Its head appeared again, asking curiously, titled True God. The mentality that seeped in was a little suspicious. The cat's big head was full of curiosity, doubt, and surprise. I don't know you. You're so strong. The origin is doubled, and the second increment is the titled True God. One can open a sect, establish a sect, be called a king, be crowned an emperor. The cat muttered a few words. In other words, the level of the Lord of the Grotto Heaven could be crowned an emperor if his strength was doubled. It did not know that Zhang Tao, who was a titled martial king, could be called a martial emperor now. Even if it did not know, the cat knew that the other party was very strong. He did not seem to have just entered the titled stage. He seemed to be even stronger than Gong Juanzi. Gong Juanzi was also a titled true god back then. This was also the level of the Lord of the Grotto Heaven's ability. The group of people who were truly at the top below the Emperor realm were the strongest. If one went further, to the level of 3, they would be a true god. No one could go up there. 10,000 meters of the origin was doubled. Zhang Tao forgot to tell Fang Ping that once he reached doubled, walking 10,000 meters would increase his strength once. If he wanted to achieve a triple increment, 100,000 meters might be possible. As for martial artists who walked the other great paths, the increments would decrease. They might never be able to reach the position of a triple increment. 3 times was not as simple as 3 times. At that point, the strength would once again undergo a qualitative transformation. Zhang Tao and the others had guessed this before, but no one knew what the actual situation was. The peak, the road ahead was cut off. How many people could walk to that point? Zhang Tao was now sure that it was really the cat from the land of boundaries. It was also very strong. However, the feeling was not obvious. His mentality was too weak, so weak that Fang Ping and the others could not sense it. Only this cat, who was so close to him, could communicate with it. Zhang Tao did not have time to talk to it. He said, quickly, "You took someone else's spoils of war." "No. You have to work after eating, is that okay?" "No." The cat shook its head. "This cat will not do it. I have always been eating and not working. Don't even think about it. Even if you are very strong, I will not do it. I owe you a favor." "No. I'm at the peak. This kind of favor is hard to come by. If the land of boundaries wants to come into the world, you have to ask for my opinion. If I don't agree, if you come into the world, you will be destroyed. It's none of my business. I'm just a cat." The cat's big face was full of innocence. "I'm just a cat. What does it have to do with me? If Gong Juanzi and the others go out and get killed, it's fine as long as they don't hurt me. But Gong Juanzi has been with it for thousands of years." After thinking for a while, the cat said, "Don't kill Gong Juanzi. The others can be killed. Help, or else I'll kill him." "Then you kill him." The cat thought for a while and gave such a reply. Zhang Tao was stunned. After a while, he continued to use mentality and asked, "What do you need?" "Food. Cat food. Do you have it? Is it delicious?" Zhang Tao felt like he was about to break down. What kind of existence was he talking to? What did he want? Cat food? What was the cat food that he was talking about? Don't tell him that it was the cat food sold in the pet shop in real life. Whether it was or not, Zhang Tao agreed immediately and said quickly, "Okay." Continue to pour seawater and dig a passage that can directly lead to the direction of Mount Imperial Sea. I need your help. If the situation is not good, hide in the seawater and attack the catacombs' powerhouses. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about the peak, true gods. As for those rank 9s, if you hide in the sea, no one can find your whereabouts. As he said that, Zhang Tao said strangely, if humans enter the water of the Forbidden Sea, their mentality and golden body will be corroded. This was also the reason why humans did not go to the Forbidden Sea. If they went in, their mentality and golden body would be corroded. Of course, if the desperate realm was powerful, they could actually stay for a while. However, this cat was very strange. It did not respond at all. I don't know. The cat answered straightforwardly. After thinking for a while, it said, I won't do it. Unless you give me a bag, 100 bags of cat food. The cat wanted 1 bag at first, but it thought that it did not know how much a bag of cat food cost now. It asked for a higher price, 100 bags. It could be bargained. It opened its mouth. Old Zhang continued to be dumbfounded. Was this cat serious? It was calculated in bags. In that case, was this really the cat food of the modern era? This should be what Elvisian said. How much was a bag of cat food? Old Zhang had not cared about these things for a long time. However, no matter how good it was, 10,000 bucks a bag was considered an overestimate, right? 1 million. Let a peek do it. No problem. Okay. No, 50 bags. That's all. Okay. The Azure cat agreed without hesitation. This fool wanted to be a titled true god. This cat thought that 10 bags would be enough. No, a true god could still do it. But it was so long. The cat looked in the direction of Mount Yuhai. It was very tiring to dig a tributary along the way. I wonder if the cat food tastes good? That human said that humans nowadays feed cats with cat food. They don't even eat fish or mice anymore. Since all cats loved it, it should be delicious, right? The cat was not too sure, but there was no harm in trying. If it met a true god, it would not care. The next moment, the cat continued to dive and disappeared into the hole. On the ground, Zhang Tao's gaze was strange. If I gave the cat food to this cat, would I be beaten to death? This cat probably did not know what cat food was, right? Elvisian, what did you say? If the other party was angry, it would be a big problem. But cat food was indeed that. I had no choice. You asked for it. So I just fulfilled your request. Interesting, this fellow actually came out. And it feels silly. Zhang Tao shook his head. To be honest, this was the first time he came into contact with such a creature. It seemed to be gentler than those demons that guarded the palace. There was no hostility. The other party should be an old antique that had lived for thousands of years. But for some reason, it did not seem like it liked to use its brain. Zhang Tao dared not be completely at ease. But at least he had intimidated the other party. The cat probably would not dare to attack Fang Ping and the rest. Titled true king? Can he be called an emperor? Zhang Tao suddenly laughed. So that was it. The name Demon Emperor originated from this. It seemed like the Demon Emperor had indeed stepped into the state of double enhancement. It was just that he did not know how far he had gone. Also, the masters of the Grotto Heavens were also in this realm. They were not weak. If that's the case, it's about 1 million cal of vitality. They're considered martial artists of the same rank. The basic vitality was about 350,000 calories. Double enhancement would reach 1.05 million. Under normal circumstances, the top paragon's basic vitality should be more than 300,000 calories. Indeed, when it was doubled, it could reach 1 million cal of vitality. Zhang Tao paid no more attention to the cat. Although he valued it very much, the paragon of the bounded domain did not dare to show up rashly. The cat probably did not dare to show up either. It was okay to hide in the Forbidden Sea now, but once it showed up, the catacomb's true king and the human paragon would probably have their eyes on it. Even Zhang Tao actually wanted to capture it. The existence of the bounded domain was similar to that of the king battleground. Everyone had their eyes on them. They wanted to borrow their strength to improve their own strength, to make themselves stronger so that these old antiques would never have a chance to come out again. Although Zhang Tao thought so, he would not fall out with the bounded domain now. That would be looking for trouble for humans. Very soon, Zhang Tao turned around to look at the tens of thousands of troops. He suddenly shouted, "Victory!" In the Battle of Magic City, Fang Ping and the others killed 14 rank, 9 martial artists, captured a monster, and the other 3 escaped. Humans were unharmed. Victory! This voice began to spread out. 5 li, 10 li, 100 li, 1,000 li, until 5,000 li away. More than half of the entire Sino nation was covered. At this moment, martial artists in close proximity could hear it. From afar, just like in the catacombs, only powerhouses with mentality could hear it. Even so, at this time, everyone was shocked and excited. Killed 14 rank, 9 martial artists, and captured 1. The Battle of Magic City was a huge victory. Before this, they had already killed 6 rank, 9 martial artists. Before this, in the Sky Gate battle in August, they also killed 2 rank, 9 martial artists. In just a few months, Magic City Catacombs had already killed 22 rank, 9 martial artists. Magic City Catacombs originally had 26 rank, 9 martial artists in the city, and almost all of them were killed. Victory! Congratulations to all the powerhouses. Congratulations to Sino Nation. At this moment, countless people were so excited that they almost went crazy. It was too exciting. This time, everyone was paying attention to the Battle of Magic City. 9 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, 11 people entered the catacombs. In just about 10 minutes, they had almost broken through the Magic City catacombs. The strength of Fang Ping and the others was simply terrifying. At this moment, some rank 7 and 8 martial artists who had not entered the catacombs were also extremely shocked. In 10 minutes, 15 rank 9 martial artists were killed and captured. What exactly happened inside? According to the previous statement, 18 rank 9 martial artists in the Magic City catacombs. Did this mean that they had completely defeated the other party? The Sino Nation powerhouses were all cheering. At the same time, Fang Ping and the others had also escaped dozens of li away. Looking in the direction of Hope City, everyone looked at each other. What was going on? What should they do now? In the midst of everyone's shock, Fang Ping suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not going there any more. In for a penny, in for a pound. Just as well. I was originally thinking of killing to my heart's content this time. Go back via Mount Imperial Sea. This time, I want to kill my way through the Magic City catacombs. I'll kill as many rank 9s as they come. Everyone don't care about it. When the minister comes, even the paragon will have to retreat. I believe in the minister." At this moment, Fang Ping could only believe in Zhang Tao. He believed that Zhang Tao could intimidate everyone. He also believed that Zhang Tao could sweep through everything. Whether it was the demon clan or the catacombs' true king, none of them would be old Zhang's opponent, a powerhouse who had walked 10,000 meters. In this era, was there really anyone who could be old Zhang's opponent? "Old Zhang, if you're still unreliable this time, I'll completely rely on Warlord." Fang Ping gritted his teeth. "I'll still be your underling now. If you don't do your best this time, I won't be your underling anymore. Next time, look for Warlord to cooperate with you." Fang Ping expressed his trust in old Zhang and decided to ignore this monster. Chun Yaozu and the rest exchanged glances. Very soon, Chun Yaozu said solemnly, "Then ignore it. There's no point in worrying about it. Since the passageway is dangerous, we won't go back. We'll just pretend that it's cutting off our path of retreat." That was good as well. Their path of retreat had been cut off, and they could only move forward bravely. Everyone let's kill to our heart's content today and completely wipe out Magic City's catacombs. Don't leave any more trouble for future generations." Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Good. Then let's turn the world upside down." The appearance of this demonic beast was just as well. It blocked the entrance of the passageway, cutting off the path of retreat. Now, the only way to resolve this problem was to kill their way to the Royal Sea Mountain or wait for Zhang Tao to enter. There was no other way. Since the catacombs martial artists could not cut off their escape route, then let this beast do it. Chen Yaozu laughed out loud. "Today I will kill until I'm crazy. I want to reach the peak." As soon as these words came out, everyone raised their eyebrows. The Tao of slaughter. Only by carving out a bloody path can one reach the Tao of heaven. Chen Yaozu laughed again. Compared with before, he was like a different person. Beside him, Chen Seven's face was flushed. He was excited, and could not help but be ecstatic. "Second Grandmaster, Little Seven will fight with you until the last moment." Chen Seven was overjoyed. Second Grandmaster would not talk nonsense. If he said so, then there was hope. Everyone thought that Second Grandmaster had no hope of reaching the Tao of Heaven, but they were wrong. Second Grandmaster could do it. Fang Ping and the others also looked surprised, and pleasantly surprised. Really? Then, in this battle, even if there was no demonic beast or Magic City's counterattack, they would still fight to the last moment. Chen Yaozu actually wanted to use this opportunity to carve out a Tao of Heaven. This completely subverted everyone's imagination. Wu Chuan and Wu Quishan were extremely surprised, but very quickly they were filled with fighting spirit. Then they would fight until they reached the Tao of Heaven. The Tao of Neo-Martial Arts era was created by killing. They all broke through in battle, except for old Zhang. But even old Zhang only broke through in a deep sleep after the battle because he was too tired after battle. Martial arts were originally about sublimation in battle. Fang Ping did not care about anything else. He shouted, "Well, they haven't arrived. Let's kill our way over." 11 reinforcements. No, 10. That might be the senior who guards Mount Imperial Sea. 3 of them escaped. Even if they join forces, there will only be 13 of them. Even if the 2 big demon Forbidden Lands attack, there will only be 23 of them. Kill a Tao of Heaven, it's worth it. Everyone looked at each other and laughed heartily. Fight! Let's go. 11 of them soared into the sky and headed straight north. Initially, they only wanted to kill the Magic City catacombs people, but now they would fight. Let's see if the reinforcements came faster or if they killed faster. They would not retreat from this battle. /4_M. Chapter 824. Fang Ping and the others flew north. At the same time, north, near monster Cypress City, the expressions of the 10 divine generals turned cold. Dead. The 10 of them were initially fast, but now they slowed down. All dead. No, there were still a few left. But the auras of the 18 rank, 9 powerhouses disappeared one by one. In the blink of an eye, the battle stopped. In front of them, 11 streaks of vitality energy pierced through heaven and earth, heading straight for them. Until now, these people had only flown 1,500 li. They were still 500 li away from Hope City. If they had not entered earlier, they might still be lingering around Imperial Sea Mountain. However, at this moment, the reinforcements from the various major forces were hesitant to move forward. The revived martial artist was too strong. Lord Green Wolf King asked US to gather the demons from the 2 forbidden lands. Everyone, the revived martial artist is strong. We can't face him head-on, or we'll be defeated one by one. A golden-armored God General at the front of the crowd said with a frown. Soon, the God General under King Feng said in a low voice, "Then let's gather the demons and wait for Lord True King to send reinforcements." Everyone, it's not a good time to fight. As soon as he finished, the female God General under Ziluo King said coldly, "Although they're strong, they're invincible in the divine land." We'll destroy them sooner or later. The most important thing now is not to gather the demons, but to kill one person to boost morale. The first battle is not good, and everyone is panicking. We might not be able to defeat them. Only by killing the revived martial artist can we strengthen our will. As soon as she said that, everyone knew what she meant. There were human martial artists, less than 100 li in front. The powerhouse under King Feng pondered for a moment, then said quickly, "Then kill him." Coincidentally, the demons from both places are about to meet up ahead. Let them intercept him and use him as a sacrifice. 100 li in front, Old Man Zheng was still flying in the air. In the east, 4 of the 5 demon kings of 100 Beasts Forest were less than 50 li away from the other party. In the west, there seemed to be more than 5 demon kings. The few of them were further away, so they could not feel it too clearly. But roughly, there were probably 7 or 8 demon kings. This made them suspicious. How could there be so many god generals in the 10,000 ants desert? However, those in the 10,000 ant desert were not fast. They were still 200 to 300 li away from Old Man Zheng. It would be difficult to kill them. Only the 100 Beasts Forest had a chance of stopping them before Fang Ping and the others arrived. Fang Ping and the others were about 400 li away from Old Man Zheng. They should not be as fast as them. Gopher, Monster Rat City Lord, and Monster Sunflower City Lord seemed to be rushing over here. These pieces of trash were defeated in such a short time. Trash from the outer realms are really useless. The divine general under King Feng cursed and quickly said, "Let them intercept the other party as well. We can't return empty-handed after entering the outer region. If there are other people coming to help us, wouldn't we become a laughing stock?" Dozens of god generals had come to help, but in the end, they had to hole up and wait for reinforcements. Wasn't it embarrassing? Now, the only way to wash away the humiliation was to kill the guardian of the passageway. At the very least, before the reinforcements arrived, these people would have some achievements. They wouldn't have to hole up and wait for reinforcements without even meeting them. Then do it. Everyone was talking, but they did not use telepathy. Their telepathy could only reach a few hundred li away. At this moment, a burly man under Green Wolf King said loudly, "Sir, we want to kill the guardian of the passageway. Sir, please send an order to the city, lords from the outer realms, and the demons from the Forbidden Land to intercept and guard the passageway." As soon as he said that, a sonorous voice came a moment later. 7 Southern Territory God Generals. Intercept and guard the passageway of the land of rebirth. Kill. As soon as the voice was heard, 4 demon kings from the 100 Beasts Forest turned around and rushed toward the front of Old Man Zheng. The Gopher and Monster Rat City Lord who had just fled increased their speed and began to intercept Old Man Zheng in front. At this moment, the old man was surrounded by enemies from all directions. To the east was the 100 Beasts Forest. To the west was the 10,000 Ants Desert. In front of him were the 3 rank 9s who were fleeing, and behind him were the 10 god generals who were rushing over. As for Fang Ping and the others, even if they rushed over, it would be too late. It would not take long for more than 10 rank 9s to kill him. About 400 li away from Fang Ping, in the sky above a city that used to be behind Skygate City. At this moment, there were no rank 9s in the city. In the city, 2 rank 8 powerhouses were extremely vigilant. A few rank 7 martial artists also accompanied them, guarding strictly. They did not go out of the city, watching the King Realm powerhouses in the sky leave. Old Man Zheng suddenly stopped. At this moment, he also heard Green Wolf King's telepathy. Not only him, but the powerhouses below, those at Mentality, Vitality, Unity, and above all heard it. Surround and kill this person. Old Man Zheng looked around. He could already feel the pressure coming from all directions. For a moment, the old man felt helpless. Initially, he wanted to rush over to help Fang Ping and the others, who knew that Fang Ping and the others were much stronger than expected. When he rushed here, he could already feel the catacombs' powerhouses' auras dissipating and the powerhouses falling. He could also feel the 11 vitality pillars of Fangping and the others that pierced through heaven and earth. 11 people were not dead. Humans one big. However, he, the messenger, could not send the message at this moment, nor could he help them. Instead, he became the target of the catacombs' encirclement. Patriarch Jiang asked me to block the 100 Beasts forest. This time, I don't have to block the door. The old man smiled, talking to himself. There was no need to block them. The demons would come on their own. Forget it. Survival in the face of death. Let's fight. There's still good wine waiting for me in Hope City. The old man said with a smile again. Previously, Fang Ping had said that when he returned, they would drink in Hope City. I've been here for 60 years. I've watched countless human heroes die in foreign lands. I've never killed a single person from the catacombs. Today, it's time to start a massacre. The old man's expression froze instantly. He guarded the passageway. People came and went in the restricted area and outland. Insults were nothing to him. However, he watched helplessly as these people entered the outland to kill martial artists. Due to the restrictions of the rules, they did not dare to take the initiative to kill anyone and bring disaster to humanity. In the past, there was a human powerhouse who, in his old age, rushed to the catacombs, fighting to the death all the way from Hope City. He even saw a rank 9 powerhouse, heavily injured and on the verge of death, killing his way to Mount Royal Sea. Seeing him here, he could not believe it and asked why he did not dare to fight. Before Zhang Tao and Li Zhen achieved the pinnacle, martial artists of the neo-martial era did not even know that there were still people in Mount Royal Sea. That day, he watched helplessly as the rank 9 in his old age fought with the rank 9 from the city who came after him. In the end, he was outnumbered and died in front of Mount Royal Sea. In this life, the proudest thing I've ever been to Mount Royal Sea was, the thing I regret the most is also going to Mount Royal Sea. Such a thought emerged in the old man's mind. In the next moment, the old man released his aura abruptly. At this moment, a large number of people in the city below died. When the battle started, the rank 9 powerhouse affected others. No one could be blamed for this. It was not a deliberate massacre. Perhaps he had the intention, but it was also forced by the situation. The old man's aura shook the sky. Below, the 2 rank 8 powerhouses were furious. A golden body powerhouse said furiously, "How dare you? You still dare to show off when you're at death's door." The old man's eyes were ferocious. He glanced at the 2 rank 9 auras in front of him, less than 100 li away. In the east, the 4 demon kings were less than 30 li away from him. At this moment, the only way was to escape to the west. However, there seemed to be a large number of demon king auras there. There was no way to escape. Since there was no way to escape, then he would start the battle here. The shock waves of the battle would destroy a city. When the old man thought of this, he suddenly had no more scruples. Before the few demon kings arrived, he would kill all the high ranks in the city. When the battle started, there was no distinction between high ranks. Kill! The old man roared. He swooped down and quickly attacked the 2 rank 8 powerhouses and many rank 7 powerhouses. There were 2 rank 8s and 7 to 8 rank 7s in this city. They were not really afraid of a rank 9 who was about to be surrounded and killed. The rank 8 powerhouse who berated him earlier saw this and shouted angrily, "Follow me to kill the enemy!" As soon as he said that, many high-ranked powerhouses rose into the air. They did not need to kill the enemy. They only needed to hold the other party back for a while. Both sides collided in the blink of an eye. Rumble. An explosion resounded in all directions. The sound of golden bodies colliding could be heard incessantly, like the roar of a bronze bell. I haven't killed an enemy in 60 years. Today, I'll use you guys to test my skills. The old man roared. A saber appeared out of thin air. A long saber flew across the sky. The old man held the saber with both hands. With a roar, he slashed with the saber. He was an origin path powerhouse. If rank 7 and 8 powerhouses teamed up, they could entangle a rank 9. However, this usually referred to weak rank 9s and weak rank 9s without divine weapons. He was the passageway's guardian. None of the guardians were weak. Not only was he an origin path powerhouse, but he also wielded a rank 9 divine weapon. His combat strength was also unparalleled. If 2 rank 8s and several rank 7s wanted to entangle him, they would have to pay the price in blood. Kill! The battle cries shook the sky. The old man did not care about the 2 rank 8 powerhouses' attacks at all. He wielded the saber and attacked the few rank 7 martial artists. These rank 7s were far from origin path. These people might be able to withstand a few moves in front of weak rank 9s. However, against a rank 9 origin path like him, wielding a divine weapon, it was suicide. Did these people really think that all rank 9s were the same? A weak rank 9 who wielded a divine weapon, a beginner rank 9 who had just entered the origin path that had walked a certain distance, a origin path that wielded a divine weapon, a peak origin path that wielded a divine weapon. There were also some truly peerless origin path with peak rank 9 divine weapons, peak origin path with divine weapons, peak origin path with divine weapons. It could be said that rank 9 also had a huge gap. People as strong as Chen Yaozu and the others, if the timing was right, could kill a weak rank 9s with one move. If the rank 9 was clearly divided, it could even be divided into 7 or 8 levels. Even the peerless ones were rank 9, and that was even more. A long time ago, Fang Ping felt that after rank 8 it was a new beginning. The truth was indeed so. When a rank 8 golden body was honed to the extreme, it was truly somewhat beyond the scope of martial arts. At this moment, as a martial artist who had walked a certain distance on origin path, wielding a rank 9 divine weapon, the old man's combat strength was not weaker than the Chen family's Chen 7. Chen 7 detonated his divine weapon and killed a rank 9 monster in one move. Although the old man did not detonate his divine weapon, his opponent was not a rank 9 powerhouse either. A saber slashed through the air. A rank 7 martial artist was almost defenseless. In the blink of an eye, the old man's saber cut off his head. For a rank 7 martial artist, the head was a fatal weakness. "You're not worthy to kill me." The old man laughed harshly. Before the few big demon kings arrived, he wanted to kill all these high-ranked martial artists. Rumble. A great battle broke out in the blink of an eye. Energy and vitality rampaged in the air. The city was in chaos and many residents died. Poof! The old man slashed again and again. Every slash produced the sound of an energy explosion. The self-created origin unique technique unleashed its power to the fullest. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. Another rank 7 had fallen. In the east, the 4 demon kings were getting closer and closer. 20 li ah! A shrill scream was heard. A rank 7 was killed in an instant. 15 li. The old man killed another rank 7. 10 li. As the number of people decreased, they could not hold on anymore. More and more people were killed. The remaining rank 7 were killed in the blink of an eye. Only the rank 8 powerhouse escaped, his face full of fear. This person was much stronger than their city lord. Even if he was up against the city lord, with so many people joining forces, the city lord might not be able to take them down. However, this person, in the blink of an eye, killed all the chieftains. 5 li, 3 li, the 4 big demon kings could almost see clearly. In the void, for giant monsters soared in the air, roaring incessantly. Kill! The old man's eyes were bloodshot. Before the monsters arrived, he would kill the 2 rank 9 martial artists and then the rank 9 demon kings. One was one. Among the 4 big demon kings, only one was an origin Dao. Maybe if he risked his life, he could kill one or two. If it was not for the rank 9 martial artists in front and behind arriving, even if the 4 big demon kings joined forces, they might not be able to stop him. The old man was fighting in the direction of Devil City. Fan Ping and the others also felt the outbreak of a great battle and heard the Green Wolf King's voice transmission. Despicable. Fan Ping scolded angrily, then said loudly, "Seniors, let's go first. Minister Wang, come back later." He had rank 9 divine combat boots. His speed was extremely fast. Chun Yaozu's origin Dao Dragon could travel 2 li in a step. Although it consumed a lot of energy, its speed was faster. If they rushed over, they might be able to stop the strong enemy. Wang Tringhai and Tian Mu felt helpless again. Non-origin Dao, not only did they not have combat strength enhancement, but they also lacked some special techniques. For example, when Chun Yaozu's dragon appeared, its speed could break the limit of space. Chun Yaozu did not know that this was the use of the origin space. His origin Dao Dragon was actually the manifestation of his origin space. From one end to the other, it was actually covered by his own Dao. For example, if Zhang Tao was willing to rush like this, he could travel more than 20 li in the blink of an eye. A distance of 1,000 li was also a matter of an instant. Some people were fast not only because their combat strength was stronger and their outburst was stronger, but also because of their understanding of the use of origin Dao. As soon as Fang Ping's voice fell, Chen Yaozu nodded and said quickly, "Then let's go first. Everyone, just follow me." He knew the passageway guardian. He was not young anymore. Both of them used to live in Polaris City. Now that the other party came to help them but was intercepted halfway, he also wanted to help the other party. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He glanced at the 10,000 ants desert in the west. There seemed to be some problems there. What was Jiao doing? However, the demons in the 10,000 ants desert seemed to be together with Jiao. Hopefully, Jiao would not betray them now. The situation ahead was urgent. Fang Ping did not have time to think too much. He, Chun Yaozu, and the others sped up and rushed forward. Halfway, Fang Ping shouted, "Senior Warlord, tell Senior Zheng not to fight. Fight and retreat. Wait for us to arrive." He did not want more people to die. At least they did not want to die meaninglessly. Today he only wanted to see a big victory, not bloodshed. He still had many tricks up his sleeve, including Zhang Tao's split body. The current catacombs rank 9 was not invincible. Don't worry. As expected, Warlord had been paying attention. However, very soon, Warlord shattered the mentality of the Green Wolf King around him and said quickly, "Save little Zhang and leave as soon as possible. It's very troublesome. Bamboo King has gone to various territories. He has already joined forces with the other kings and transported more than 60 rank 9. The ultimate battle. I'm afraid it's going to happen soon. If you retreat, these true kings will definitely enter the territory to stop you. If you don't retreat, it'll be a fatal threat. Magic City Catacombs has gathered hundreds of rank 9s today. Bamboo King and the others are still transporting rank 9s. I'm afraid they're preparing to finish it all in one go. They will definitely kill you. More than 60 rank 9s. Including those who were killed and those who were still alive, there were indeed hundreds of rank 9 powerhouses gathered in the 7 southern territories. This was also all the rank 9 powerhouses that could be gathered in the surrounding areas. There were more and more people. However, at this moment, these people had not entered the territory yet. They were waiting for Bamboo King to transport the last batch of people to enter the territory and join the battle together. Fang Ping's expression darkened slightly. Very quickly he humphed. Then kill. Kill them all. His mouth was clamoring, but in his heart, Fang Ping thought to himself, after killing this group of people, if Chen Yaozu really achieved the pinnacle, then I'll retreat. If not, then I'll wait and see. More than 60 was indeed a lot. They could not possibly be a match for so many rank 9s. However, old Zhang had not entered the territory yet. This meant that the situation had not reached that point yet. Fan Ping said no more and flew far away quickly. At the same time, on the ground, actually, Zhang Tao also heard Warlord's voice transmission. More than 60 rank 9s, including the more than 20 inside. There are more than 80 rank 9s. They're definitely going to kill Fan Ping and the others. Zhang Tao also had a slight headache. In total, the catacombs had invested more than 100 rank 9 powerhouses this time. If there were too many casualties, a pinnacle battle would definitely break out. Although this was what he wanted to see, there might be many true kings gathered now. After thinking for a while, Zhang Tao quickly picked up the phone, dialed a number, and said quickly, Senjiang Weiyu, Kong Lingyuan, Li Deong Wangyu, Li Xinmin, Jiang Yuanhua, Bei Gongyan, Ma Tianfu, Xie Yifan, Zhong Qinghuan, 10 people to Magic City immediately. Minister. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned. Top 10 powerhouses. On the rank 9 ranking list, the top 5 were all pinnacles. After the top 5, everyone except Xiao Xingwu was here. Now, after the pinnacles, the ranking list was Zhang Weiyu, Wu Chuan, Chun Yaozu, Kong Lingyuan, Zhao Xingwu, Wang Yu, Li Deong, Li Xinmin. Wu Quishan could actually replace Zhao Xingwu, who was currently ranked 10th. In other words, Sino Nation was going to fight a nation-toppling battle in Magic City. Originally, Zhang Weiyu and the others were guarding the Xishan catacombs. Kong Lingyuan was still in Chengzhou. Bei Gongyan was in the Forbidden Catacombs. Minister, you mustn't. If they leave, what about the other catacombs? The martial artists on the other side were anxious. In this way, the Magic City catacombs had gathered the most elite rank 9 in Sino Nation. If something happened, Sino Nation's 24 caves might not be able to hold on anymore. Betting on the nation's fate. If we win this battle, we'll have it easy, killing hundreds of rank 9s. How many rank 9s are there in the catacombs to kill? Don't worry, we won't lose them in other places. Let Nan Yunhua out of the catacombs and inform them quickly. Nan Yunhua will stay on the ground and monitor Cave 23. I want to fish them out one by one. Inform the other catacombs to abandon the cities and retreat to the ground at the critical moment. Let Bamboo King and the others continue to transport the rank 9s. Other than that, inform Nan Yunhua that after she comes out, she will go to the other 5 sacred lands and enlist reinforcements. This time, give me at least 2 rank 9 from each family. Inform the other sacred lands that all the rank 9s who come as reinforcements must at least bring me 1 mentality avatar. Otherwise, if Sino Nation is crippled in this battle, I will give up half of Sino Nation's passageways and let these people play by themselves. Zhang Tao's tone was rapid as he continued. Inform Jinqing City at once. Send a message to the few weak rank 9s who have evacuated from the King battlefield. Bring divine weapons and come as reinforcements quickly. Since the young ones aren't afraid, why should we, the old ones, be afraid? This battle will make the other party afraid. It will also make the other party realize that Sino Nation is not a place where they can kill whoever they want. Minister, carry out the order. Yes, the person on the other side no longer hesitated. Since Zhang Tao had made a decision, it was not something he could question. However, his heart was still perturbed. This battle was not arranged like this before. However, everything had changed now. The minister actually wanted to fight a nation-toppling battle in Magic City. Zhang Tao hung up the phone. At this moment, there were a few more people beside him. LV Zhen looked worried. He felt that the outside world had changed too much now. When he came out previously, he thought that a weak rank 9 was enough to change everything. However, now, Magic City catacombs had gathered so many powerhouses. Yet Zhang Tao still felt that it was not enough. He continued to recruit powerhouses from everywhere. Magic City catacombs was now a gathering place. There were more and more powerhouses. Zhen did not ask anything. Instead, Zhang Tao said lightly, "Rank 9s are slowly joining the battlefield. Since things have developed to this stage, and the other party's true king has not completely fallen out with us, then we should take this opportunity to hurt them. Let them continue to recruit rank 9s to come and help us." At the crucial moment, Zhang Tao's expression suddenly turned sinister. He sneered, "I'll wipe them all out in one go." Zhen's heart trembled. Beside him, Lu Pola's expression also changed greatly. He said in a low voice, "Minister, if that's the case, will there be a full-blown war?" "I don't know, but it doesn't matter. If the catacombs' true king wants to fight now, then let's fight now. They also know that our people are improving quickly, so they wholeheartedly want to kill these martial artists who have the potential to reach the top. In this way, these people can't even enter the catacombs, so how can they advance? Do you really think you can advance by staying on the ground and cultivating in seclusion?" Zhang Tao said coldly, "If they really want to start a war now, then let's fight. If he didn't, he wouldn't fight to the death. Since Fan Ping and the others had already pushed the situation to this point, then they should just go with the flow. Coincidentally, I can also force some people to show themselves. Did he really think that he wouldn't have to do anything by hiding in the dog hole? What a joke. If we really lose this time, we'll defend the Magic City catacombs and evacuate with our people. Although our lives will be a little bitter, we won't be completely wiped out. I want to see if those fellows hiding in the shadows will come out. Wait for an opportunity. I'll create an opportunity for them." Zhen, Lu Polu, and the others didn't really understand. But Zhang Ta didn't say anything else and quickly made a few more calls. Prepare for a full evacuation. If they really did evacuate, countless people would be abandoned. However, Zhang Tao was betting that such a thing would not happen now. Would the 5 holy lands just sit back and watch? Would the bounded boundaries just sit back and watch? If the Devil Emperor and the others from 1,000 years ago were really all dead, would they just sit back and watch? Who knew where they were hiding, holding back? If that was the case, then they could not blame him for messing up this big game of chess, making these fellows 1,000 years of planning all go to waste. "Kid, I'll play a big game with you this time." Zhang Tao muttered in his heart. The situation was changing, then he had to change too. It just so happened that here in the Magic City catacombs, the bounded boundaries still had 2 paragons. If a war really broke out in the 7 southern regions, could these 2 paragons really not care? If they did not care or ask, it was more or less the same for them to be the first to be killed. "Don't force me. If you force me, I'll personally lead people to attack the bounded boundaries. Just wait and see." Zhang Tao swore in his heart. In this day and age, if he didn't show some ruthlessness, others would think that he was easy to bully. Whether the paragons of Polaris had selfish motives or not, at least they had fought in Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years. Zhang Tao admired and acknowledged them. However, the bounded boundaries and the Devil Emperor and the others were all hiding like turtles. He had long been sick of it. They were fighting with their lives on the front lines, not to protect this group of people. Come on, let's make the situation a little more chaotic. The 2 kings of the king battlefield. I wonder if they're interested in joining in. Zhang Tao sneered in his heart. They're all playing chess. Then I won't play according to their plans. I'll smash this chessboard and let you move your pieces. /4_M. Chapter 8:25. Bang! The Forbidden Catacombs. Energy fireworks rose from the sky above the first city. It was like a beacon. Beacons and smoke were spreading. The Forbidden Catacombs was now human territory. All the cities were guarded by human powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, energy fireworks rose in the second city. 100 li away, the third, the fourth, one city after another. Energy cannons bombarded the skies, creating dazzling fireworks. In the blink of an eye, people 2,000 miles away saw this scene. Mount Imperial Sea. Nan Yunhua sat atop a mountain peak. Her body had been slashed by the space cracks, and her wounds were so deep that they penetrated to the bone. She had just broken through to the absolute peak not too long ago, so she did not have the mental energy that could cover thousands of li like other absolute peak experts, nor did she have an extremely powerful physical body. She had not gone far on the origin Tao either, but she was still the undisputed overlord of this era. Among the human race, there were only a few female apex experts. There were more than 50 human paragons, and the number of female paragons could be counted on 2 hands. She was also the only female powerhouse who had achieved the pinnacle of humans' neo-martial era. As Nan Yunue saw the energy fireworks rise, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The ultimate battle has yet to erupt. This was a notice of the highest level, telling her to return immediately. Zhang Tao had once said that he wouldn't summon her back to the surface in advance unless it was necessary to evacuate the people of Hua Nation. But at this time, Nan Yunue couldn't care about such things. In the next instant, he turned around and tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, he was already outside of Royal Sea Mountain. The Forbidden Catacombs was the only outer domain that humans at the pinnacle could pass through. This was the outer realm that King Huai had lost to the humans. Of the catacombs martial artists in this area, all the high ranks had been evacuated. Most of the middle ranks were either killed or transported to other catacombs. A portion of them were banished out of the region and wandered in the restricted zone. This was currently the safest catacombs for humans. A moment later, Nan Yunue returned to the entrance of the tunnel as fast as she could. At the entrance of the tunnel, Bei Gongyan, Wang Yu, Zhong Qinghuan, Sei Yifan, Ma Tianfu, and Li Deong were all waiting. Seeing Nan Yunue come out, Li Deong quickly said, "Mayor Nan, Minister Zhang has ordered us to quickly enter Demon City to participate in the war. Also, inform the 5 Holy Lands to send reinforcements." Nan Yunue's complexion changed. She grabbed the several people and flew through the air, asking, "What happened in Demon City's catacombs?" Everyone from MCMAU entered the catacombs. 3 minutes later, 14 catacombs rank 9s were killed. 1 was captured, and the remaining 3 escaped. Right now, there are close to 100 rank 9s gathered in the Magic City catacombs. The true king is still sending in rank 9s continuously. Minister Zhang wants to fight a battle that will topple the country and let the southern mayor guard the remaining 23 caves. As Li Deong spoke, he immediately added, "Also, when Elder Nen passes by Central State, bring Kong Ling Yuan along." Many rank 9s from Star Town have already started to leave the city. Guardian Zhang is also rushing to Magic City. As Li Deong rapidly spoke, Nan Yunue's complexion changed again and again. A battle that could topple a nation. Capital City was not far from Magic City. It was about 2,000 miles away. As he spoke, Zhang Tao sent a telepathic message to him to send them 1,000 miles away. Also, quickly go to the 5 Holy Lands. Send reinforcements. But Nan Yunue wanted to say something, but Zhang Tao gloomily said, "If they don't come, then give up on the channel and evacuate the people. They will enter the 7 southern region and abandon the violet catacombs. This time, we will fight to the death in the 7 southern regions and seize the 7 southern regions." Zhang Tao. Nan Yunue was shocked. It was not like that. Sino Nation was going to give up on the channel and turn to defend the 7 southern regions? Then all these years of hard work, would it not be for naught? Don't ask. Deal with it quickly. If the Holy Lands are unwilling, don't force it. This is the first time, and it will also be the last time. Sino Nation martial artists will help all sides and defend the channel to the death. Our heroic sons and daughters will die in battle in foreign lands. When there is trouble everywhere, Sino Nation will help at the first instance. If no one comes to help in this battle, it's fine if we don't defend Earth. Nan Yunue's complexion changed slightly. The next moment, she raised her voice and said, "Okay, then this time I will go crazy with you once." "No, this is not the first time. You are always this crazy. You are the biggest gambler." Ha ha ha. Wrong, I am not a gambler. I am fighting for my life. For you and me, for all living beings, for all those who are unwilling to die. Zhang Tao laughed loudly. In the blink of an eye, Nan Yunue led the rank 9 powerhouses and rushed to 1,000 miles away from Magic City. At this time, Zhang Tao's voice rang in everyone's ears. Don't resist. Follow me. As soon as he said that, a black crack appeared in front of everyone. There was light in the passageway. Everyone was slightly stunned. Nan Yunue was stunned, but she did not look closely. She quickly turned and left, flying toward the 5 great holy lands. In the passageway, everyone trusted Zhang Tao. Without hesitation, they quickly stepped in. In the blink of an eye, the passageway shattered. After a while, they appeared outside the Magic City passageway in the blink of an eye. Li Daong and the others were stunned. 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. What was this? What did the minister just do? Zhang Tao ignored them and did not speak. He continued to wait for a while. In the blink of an eye, in less than 3 minutes, Zhang Tao punched out. The void shattered, and a huge black crack appeared in front of them. The originally pitch-black crack suddenly filled the black space with a bright path. Everyone was dazzled. In the blink of an eye, a person appeared in the passageway. Zhang Weiyu. Zhang Weiyu stepped out of the passageway and looked around. When he looked at Zhang Tao again, he was also full of admiration. The minister's strength had reached an unparalleled level, shattering space, building a passageway, directly leading them here, 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. Such a person, even in the ancient times, would be an immortal, jumping out of the 3 realms and 5 elements. Zhang Weiyu did not say anything. In the periphery, tens of thousands of martial artists were all stunned. They could not see anything. The only thing they saw was a large number of rank 9 martial artists suddenly appearing in front of them. What ability was this? Teleportation? At this moment, Zhang Tao punched again, opening up another passageway. In the blink of an eye, many rank 9 martial artists from Star Town rushed over. 1,000 miles in an instant. If Nan Mao saw this scene, he might not be able to say that modern humans did not know how to use the origin space and fight. It was not that they did not know how to, but they were unwilling to. Martial arts should be about close combat, slashing the flesh and destroying the spirit, leaving no room for the opponent to resurrect. This was the neo-martial era martial artists. The powerhouses in Star Town looked solemn at this moment. They looked at Zhang Tao with shock. In this world, perhaps only the subduing heavenly king could compare to such a person. In the neo-martial era, in less than 100 years, how could such a powerhouse appear? Among the 13 progenitors in Star Town, apart from the subduing heavenly king, no one was a match for this person. He was terrifyingly powerful. Earth space was not as stable as the catacombs, but Zhang Tao could break the void with a punch, penetrate 1,000 miles passageway, and guide the powerhouses. It was too shocking. Zhang Tao did not want to say more. He said quickly, Zhang Weiyu, don't enter first. Zhong Qinghuan, all of you enter the Magic City catacombs quickly. Show your aura, erupt to the extreme, and attract the attention of Imperial Sea Mountain's true king. Those with divine weapons will appear. Remember, this time you must be ostentatious. Don't keep a low profile. Hurry up and meet up with Fong Ping and the others. Tell Fong Ping and the others that this battle has Sino Nation's full support. This is a battle that will bring down a nation. Other than 23 caves where one person will stay behind, all the rank 9s will rush to Magic City. This time, kill to your heart's content. Tell him that the more rank 9s he attracts, the better. Let him be arrogant and provoke the true king. If you're so capable, let the 2 catacombs, royal courts, and 20 royal city rank 9s rush here. As soon as Zhang Tao said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Sky Plant and Destiny, the 2 royal courts, had 720 royal city. Each city had at least one rank 9. The outer domain was not counted. The imperial city was not counted. Just this alone, there were more than 700 rank 9s. This was not a battle that would bring down a nation. This was a decisive battle. It came too suddenly. Don't worry. Usually when we split up, if we want to attack, we can only kill 30 to 50 people at most. After that, we have to be careful of the catacombs, true king's revenge. But today, if these true kings have the guts, gather all the rank 9s here. Let's see if I, Zhang Tao, dare to kill until rivers of blood flow. Zhang Tao's expression was cold. Not just rank 9s, including the true kings. Killing one was one. After killing all the rank 9s, human powerhouses could be led by rank 9s, scattering and escaping to the catacombs. From then on, the restricted area would no longer be a forbidden area for humans. Even true king powerhouses could not cover a boundary of 6 billion square kilometers. Sino nations' 50 rank 9s would each lead a team and infiltrate the catacombs. From then on, it would be a chaotic era. Break the chessboard. Who's afraid of who? These true kings gathered so many rank 9 powerhouses here this time. They might not dare to believe that he would attack at this time. Cat, Zhang Tao smiled in his heart. The Forbidden Sea's seawater suddenly disappeared. A boundary territory's apex appeared and was besieged. Would Gong Zhuanzi appear? Would people from other boundary territories appear? Of course, he hoped it would not come to that. Whether Cat could escape this crisis or not depended on how the situation developed. Go in, Zhang Tao bellowed. Li Daong and the rest did not wait any longer, stepping into the passageway one after another. Zhang Weiyu's emotions surged. It was time for him to attack. Ever since Nan Yunue became an apex, he could no longer enter the catacombs. This time, there would be a big battle in Shijiang's catacombs. He was prepared. He did not expect Shijiang's reinforcements to be taken away by the true kings, all brought to Magic City's catacombs. I'm not a coward who's afraid of death. Zhang Weiyu cursed in his heart. Although Fang Ping and the rest did not say anything last time, their gazes made him feel uncomfortable. It was not that he was afraid to fight. Since the emergence of the neo-martial arts era, when he learned how to speak, he had been in contact with martial arts. Since he was 18 years old, he fought in the catacombs. Until now, it had been more than 60 years, and he had killed thousands of times. He had never admitted defeat. The North, South, and West Guardians. He was not the 2 ultimate guardians, nor was he Wu Chuan, who was appointed in the face of danger, a junior who was pushed up at the last minute. In the neo-martial arts era, other than the 3 ministers, he was the only powerhouse in the 4 prefectures who had killed his way up by relying on military merits. Fang Ping, these newbies, actually dared to look down on him. I'll let these fellows know today that when it comes to killing, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Among the 3 departments and 4 prefectures, I'm the only one who's not an apex. Such a thought arose in Zhang Weiyu's mind. As for Wu Chuan, he was just a junior. He could not be bothered with him. The previous South Guardian had died in the catacombs. That was his peer. He did not need to bother with this junior. Magic City catacombs. Old Man Zheng fought a bloody battle, laughing loudly. Even a beast dares to show off. In this battle, the demon's forbidden land will be destroyed. At this moment, the city below was already in ruins. A large number of martial artists had fled, and countless civilians had died a violent death. The last 2 rank 8 powerhouses had also been killed on the spot by Old Man Zheng's outburst. In the void, for huge demonic beasts surrounded the old man, surnamed Zheng, from all directions. Hearing the old man call them beasts, the monster kings flew into a rage and attacked one after another. The giant crocodile's tail swept across the old man, and the lion beast's sharp claws tore through the void. These 2 monsters had fought with the Skygate City Lord in the past. They were not elemental path monsters. They had fought 1 against 2 and lost to the Skygate City Lord. The old man was not weaker than the Skygate City Lord. If it was 1 against 2, he was confident that he could defeat 2 monsters, even if he could not kill them. But at this moment, there were 4 demonic beasts. One of them was a giant eagle with fiery red feathers. That was an elemental path powerhouse. The giant eagle's wings were incomparably sharp, and its claws were comparable to divine weapons. It was not afraid of the old man in a one-on-one fight, let alone 4 monster kings working together. The 4 monster kings worked together and surrounded the old man, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. The old man raised his saber and slashed. For a moment, the sound of explosions rang out. In front, less than 50 li away, the gopher and the others were about to arrive. Behind them, the 10 god generals were about to arrive. The old man's expression was determined. If that was the case, then he would kill a rank 9 monster before they arrived. Vice-Chancellor Fong, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink the wine of victory. The old man sneered in his heart. He had been thinking about this wine, but in the end he did not get to drink it. Kill. The old man did not show what he was thinking. In the next moment, the old man exploded. The long saber shattered the void and slashed at the king crocodile's tail. Rumble. The divine saber cut through the metal-like tail, and a loud metallic sound was heard. The king crocodile let out a sad cry. A huge saber mark appeared on its tail, and golden blood dripped down. When it hit the ground rumbled. At the same time, the giant eagle flapped its wings and clawed at the old man's back. The old man hurriedly dodged, but the Lion King opened its mouth and bit down on the old man's right arm, which was holding the divine weapon. The old man's eyes flashed. You're asking for it. He had thought that it would be best to kill the king crocodile before he died. However, the Lion King was asking for it. The old man did not dodge, allowing the Lion King to bite his right arm. Crack! The sharp teeth pierced through his right arm, biting it to death. Flesh and blood became a mess, and golden blood spurted out. The old man sneered, and his face turned pale. Rumble! A loud noise was heard. The man and the monster flew backward at the same time. The old man's right arm was gone, along with a rank 9 Chongdao. The moment the Lion King bit him, the old man self-destructed his divine weapon. The divine weapon exploded in the Lion King's mouth. Idiot! A beast will always be a beast. The old man flew backward. His legs swept across the air, and one kick caused the king crocodile to explode the void. The old man took a few steps back. Then, without hesitation, he rushed toward the Lion King, whose head had been blown into pieces. This guy had been seriously injured by him. At this moment, he had the highest chance of killing it. Right at this moment, an extremely sharp eagle cry that resounded through the clouds resounded. Behind the old man, the giant eagle screeched and flew over in the blink of an eye. It flapped its wings toward the old man, and as its wings swept across the void, a small crack appeared in the space. Creating a crack in the catacombs was a sign of an explosive force of more than 150 calories. This giant eagle had terrifying strength. It was not a weakling among the path of origin. However, the old man's eyes flashed. He kicked out, and the bottom of his foot collided with the sharp wings. Crack! The wings were like a divine weapon, cutting the golden bones on the bottom of the old man's foot. The old man used the force to fly into the air, and his speed increased by 30%. His uninjured left arm clenched into a fist. He did not use the imperishable substance to heal his injuries, but turned it into a destructive attack. The giant golden fist also blasted a crack in the space. At lightning speed, it blasted toward the still dazed Lion King. This lion was affected by the power of the divine weapon's self-destruction. Until now, his head had not fully recovered, and he was still in a daze. The old man did not care about the divine weapon, the damage to his mentality, and the recovery of his injuries. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to kill a rank 9 monster, even if he had to die, and severely injure the other 3 monsters to reduce the pressure on Fong Ping and the rest. Rumble! A punch blasted toward the Lion King. At this moment, the fourth monster, a giant snake monster, shot a mouthful of light golden pus at the old man's back. In the blink of an eye, the old man's golden body began to corrode. Humph! The old man let out a muffled groan. He felt that his internal organs were burning, and so was his mentality. However, he endured the pain, completely ignoring the injury on his back. Once again, he unleashed an infinite destructive force, and the power of his giant fist increased by 30%. Rumble! Although the Lion King hurriedly dodged this punch in the face of danger, he still could not avoid the reckless old man. His head that had not recovered just now was blasted by this punch, and it exploded immediately. Roar! A painful cry was heard. The Lion King's head exploded directly, and a transparent brain core appeared. In the face of danger, the Lion King still protected his brain core, preventing it from being smashed. However, at this moment, cracks appeared on the brain core. The Lion King let out a mournful cry. The other party almost blew up his brain core with one punch. Although he was still alive, his injuries were extremely serious, and he might not be able to fight anymore. At this moment, the old man's injuries were extremely serious in a short period of time. His imperishable substance was limited, and naturally, he could not use it to heal his injuries. At this moment, Warlord's voice rang out, and he could not help but curse. What's the use of killing a rank 9? He'll delay. Don't die in vain. They're just a few beasts. When Fong Ping and the others arrive, they'll all die. Kill him quickly. At the same time, the Green Wolf King's voice rang out. Two powerful mentalities collided in the void. The Green Wolf King let out a muffled groan and roared, "Warlord, do you want to fight?" "So what if I do?" Rumble. In the void, the two mentalities collided continuously, but neither could participate in the battle. The true king's attitude on the other side was becoming more and more unyielding. Warlord knew that as the true kings arrived one after another, the Green Wolf King and the others' attitudes were also becoming more unyielding. This battle was about to escalate. Hurry up. I'm late once, but I won't be late a second time. While they were fighting, Fong Ping and the others broke through the void at high speed. At this moment, Fong Ping had completely surpassed the speed of sound. There were no more sonic booms. A dazzling light erupted from his golden body. His speed increased, and the burden on his body increased. At this moment, Fong Ping's speed was more than 500 meters per second. His speed was as high as 3,600 kilometers per hour, but it was still too slow. He was close to 400 li away from the old man. It would take at least 6 to 7 minutes. But could the old man last that long? However, he was about to catch up with Monster Sunflower City's lord. This fellow was the last to run, so his speed was not that fast. At this moment, Fong Ping and the others were about to catch up. As for the Gophers and Monster Rat City's lord, they had left a step earlier and were still very far away. However, Fong Ping could not care less about Monster Sunflower City's lord. At this moment, Fong Ping was a little angry. He was still too slow. Even if he ignored the burden on his body and used the imperishable substance to heal his injuries, it was still not fast enough. Although Chen Yaozu used the origin path to hurry, his speed was also fast, but the origin path consumed a lot. Although he was slightly faster than Fong Ping, in order to maintain his combat strength, Chen Yaozu could not rush forward recklessly. Fong Ping needed 6 to 7 minutes. If he wanted to maintain his combat strength, he needed at least about 5 minutes. However, when powerhouses fought, the outcome was usually decided in 2 to 3 minutes. Ahead, about 200 Li Fong Ping had already sensed some weak vitality force aura. It was very weak. The old man guarding the passageway was probably heavily injured by someone. He was still rushing in that direction. Behind him, waves of vitality force erupted. Someone was coming from the passageway. Fong Ping had only rushed for 200 li, But Li Daong and the rest, who were thousands of li away, had already entered the catacombs. This was the advantage of having a powerful paragon. The speed of transporting reinforcements could not be any faster. In 3 to 4 minutes, not only did they give the order, they even transported people from thousands of li away to Magic City's catacombs. When a paragon gave his all and decided to do something, the efficiency was also terrifying. Behind him, waves of aura soared into the sky. At this moment, in Magic City's catacombs, Warlord suddenly laughed heartily, threatening loudly, "Sino Nation powerhouses have arrived. If you don't escape now, you will die for sure. 100 Beasts Forest. You dare to surround and kill my human powerhouses. This battle will not end until one of us is dead. Retreat quickly, or else Sino Nation will fight you." At this moment, Warlord could only intimidate the other party. It would be best if he could scare the other party away. Even if he could not, he had to make them feel pressured and afraid. "Zheng Tao, you've got guts to hold back a few monsters. Don't worry if you die, 100 Beasts Forest will be buried with you." "Warlord, Sino Nation wants to start a decisive battle? What a joke. Hundreds of rank 9s came to your catacombs. Do you really think we humans can be bullied? Green Wolf King, if the Paragon doesn't want to fight or fight, it's up to you. If the Paragon doesn't want to fight, then let the Paragon fight. If the Paragon wants to fight, I will accompany you to the end." The void was silent. There was no sound at this moment. Green Wolf King had not made up his mind. He had to at least wait for the other true kings to arrive. If the Paragon did not want to fight, then he would continue to send rank 9s to fight. Fang Ping did not know if Warlord's intimidation would work, but the Paragon's verbal threats might have some effect. At least Fang Ping could feel that the aura eruption in front of him seemed to have weakened. At this moment, Fang Ping was only about 100 li away from there. His golden body was about to burst into flames. Just as Fang Ping arrived, the city lord of Monster Sunflower City suddenly turned and ran toward the 10,000 Ants desert in the west. He was about to be overtaken by Fang Ping. Chun Yaozu was even running neck and neck with him. The city lord of Monster Sunflower City was terrified. How would he dare to go there and meet up with those people? Only the west was safe now. Anyway, the Gophers and the city lord of Monster Rat City had already arrived. The 10 god generals were about to arrive too. 16 rank 9s besieging and killing a rank 9 was extremely easy. As for Chun Yaozu and Fang Ping, these two were the fastest. Even if they arrived, they might be besieged and killed. There were not many humans in the first place. If they split up and rushed here, the city lord of Monster Sunflower City thought that these people were all crazy. However, he did not dare to stay here. Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan were also less than 20 li behind Fang Ping. Their speed was also extremely fast. 90 li, 80 li, 1 li per second. Fang Ping could almost see the situation in the distance. At this moment, he shouted loudly, "Senior, hold on for another minute. You haven't drunk my wine. This time, Sino Nation will win for sure. A great victory with no casualties. If you die, 60 years of defense will become a joke. Zheng Tao, fight this way. We haven't seen each other for many years. Old brothers, what are you waiting for?" Chun Yaozu also shouted loudly. The monsters that were besieging the old man in the 100 Beasts Forest had also increased their speed at this moment. They seemed a little anxious. The resurrected martial artist came so fast. The old man did not reply. He did not have the strength to reply anymore. At this moment, he was like a candle in the wind. His golden body was broken. He was relying on his last breath to hold on. Both his arms were broken, but a pair of broken legs were still kicking in the void, kicking a monster's golden body until it exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Human martial artists were invincible among their ranks. It all depended on this breath, this willpower. The catacombs' powerhouses can die, but we can't. If we die, who will protect the billions of compatriots behind us? We can die in battle, but we can't die without military merits. In the past, a powerhouse said, humans can die, but we can't die in bed. We can't die of old age on Earth. We can't die without military merits. The person who said this was none other than the previous military department minister, the one before Li Zhen died in battle in the catacombs. He crossed the catacombs alone and killed all the way to Mount Imperial Sea. When he was dying, he killed 3 rank 9s. Sino Nation's military department officially came to the forefront and became the head of the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures. At that time, Zhang Tao, Li Zhen, and the others had not yet taken the position. It was this person who established the position of the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures. Zhang Tao knew that person and heard these words. At this moment, he had not killed King Liu yet. King Liu was heavily injured. He escaped to the side and no longer participated in the battle. He could not die now. He could not die without military merits. /4_M